Let Remy come to us.
Remy Woods. This is nice. I almost got to her. I almost got to her. In fact, the lady that came to me here, that I'm coming today, I know that they're not coming again. I got to put out just this morning about 8 minutes. You what?
I'm not doing it by myself.
You don't have the next person.
You can find the next person once we're done with ours. At what point? How long have you guys So once I say the first two,
What?
once I say the first three, can you say this when you come? Amazing. Let's give it up for that amazing performance. I think we can do better than that. Let's put our hands together for that wonderful performance.
That is a special welcome to Lagos, especially for our delegates who have come from far and near, those who have come from Ghana, from Canada, from the United Arab Emirates, from the US, and from Benin Republic. Thank you all for coming. Please put your hands together for yourselves.
Let's not also forget Kenya and so many other delegates from all around the world. If I could please kindly ask you to take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, especially those in the front. So bonjour et bienvenue à Lagos. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ìlú Èkó. Ẹ káàbọ̀, ẹ káàbọ̀, ẹ káàbọ̀. Ọ̀nà barka da zuwa.
I love it. On behalf of the Lagos State Government, the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the 6th Lagos Real Estate Marketplace Conference and Exhibition. Over the years, this conference has truly grown into Africa's premier real estate policy, investment, and innovation marketplace, a platform where governments, royalty, global investors, regulators, developers, financiers, and technology leaders converge to truly shape the future of Lagos as a globally competitive megacity. I really think it's a very interesting time to be here, G-Dave.
Indeed it is.
I don't know about you, but I think that there's a renewed global interest in Lagos as a megacity.
Lagos is the center of excellence. Lagos is the
Absolutely.
center of aquatic splendor.
Absolutely.
Lagos is the city that never sleeps.
Yes.
Lagos is the city of Ojuelegba. Lagos is the city of Africa's Silicon Valley.
Yes.
Lagos is the city of independence.
Absolutely.
Lagos is the city of freedom. Lagos is the city of energy. Lagos is the city of entertainment. Lagos is the city of finance. Lagos is the
everything.
city of culture.
Yes.
Lagos is the city of beautiful women. Lagos is the city of broadcasting. I thought you people would be clapping for Lagos. Lagos is the city of good food. And wait for it, Lagos is the city of dirty. Lagos is the city of dirty. Okay, that's what you all like. You all like dirty December, right? Thank you. Welcome.
Once again, welcome to Lagos, welcome to the conversation, and welcome to the future we are here to build together.
All right, to take us further this morning, we're going to be taking a number of goodwill messages from our traditional rulers. We're going to take a goodwill message from the Oba of Lagos. We're going to take a goodwill message from the Oni of Ife, or his representative. We're going to take a goodwill message from the Oniru of Iruland. We're going to take a goodwill message from His Royal Majesty, the Uluoke of Okeigbo. It's my pleasure, as we get started, as I invite the representative of the Oba of Lagos, the Okpeluwa of Lagos, Kabiesi, Kadekpelori, Kibata Akpelese, Kirukere Akpelowo, Kashe Akpelenu, Kawon Olori Akpelafin, Kabiesi. Please, the representative of the Oba of Lagos. Thank you. Eshe Kabiesi.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Oba of Lagos, Oba Rilwan Oshiolale Aremu Akiolu I, I welcome you all to the 6th edition of the Lagos Housing Conference. As you all know, Lagos is home to over 20 million inhabitants all over the world, not only from Nigeria. So housing is one of the key issues that Lagos State is facing. And I believe with a setup like this from the state government, you know, a lot can be done to improve the housing system in Lagos, especially people that come from all over the country to witness this conference. We say welcome to Lagos. This is Eko. As you all know, Lagos, what one of the presenters said, you're going to witness a lot of things. And this season that you are in Lagos, I wish you can be around on the 27th of December to witness the real culture of Lagos, which is the Eyo Festival. So we welcome you once more on behalf of the Oba of Lagos and the good people of Lagos, and we wish you happy deliberation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kabiyesi. The next goodwill message is from a traditional ruler who is invested in real estate in Lagos. I'd like to invite the Oloke of Okeigbo or his representative. Eke Kabiyesi o. You're welcome, Your Majesty.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Royal Fathers present, international and national leaders present, esteemed global investors and developers from across Africa, the Middle East, Europe and North America, distinguished developers, technocrats, professional ladies, and gentlemen. I give these remarks on behalf of developers in Nigeria, as I currently serve as the president of the Real Estate Developers of Nigeria. And it is with great honor and a deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you all to the 6th Lagos Real Estate Marketplace Conference and Exhibition convened at a defining moment in the evolution of Lagos as one of the Africa's foremost megacity. Today's gathering is more than a conference. It is a strategic convergence of policymakers, investors, developers, regulators, and global partners brought together by one shared objective: to shape a future Lagos that is resilient, inclusive, innovative, and investable. As the president of the Real Estate Development of Nigeria, REDAN, I speak on behalf of thousands of developers who stand at the front line of Nigeria housing and infrastructure delivery. And for us, housing is not an abstract policy discussion. It is land access, construction costs, infrastructure availability, access to long-term finance, regulatory clarity, and speed of execution. Lagos sits at the epicenter of opportunity and responsibility. Rapid urbanization has created unprecedented demand for housing, infrastructure, and urban services. Meeting this demand requires more than ambition. It requires coordination, scale, and partnership. It requires an ecosystem where government, regulators, developers, and investors are aligned around shared outcomes. The theme of this conference, Shaping the Future of Lagos Megacity, infrastructure, investment, innovation, and affordable housing, speaks directly to this mandate. Affordable housing must no longer be treated solely as a social obligation. It must be structured as a viable, investable asset class. Sustainability and innovation must move beyond rhetoric into design, construction methods, energy efficiency, data-driven planning, and smart infrastructure. PropTech construction technology and digital solutions must become mainstream and not optional. Recent fiscal and regulatory reforms, combined with growing global interest in Lagos, present a historic opportunity to reset how cities are planned, financed, and built in Africa. This moment calls for bold thinking and decisive action. We are encouraged by the strong international participation at this conference, the presence of investors and developers from the Middle East, Europe, North America, and across Africa send a clear signal that Lagos is firmly on the global real estate investment map. From Saudi Arabia, we learn the power of national housing strategies backed by institutional capital. From the UAE, we see how infrastructure-led development and efficient public-private collaboration unlock investor confidence. From Europe and North America, we gain insights into structured finance, sustainability frameworks, mortgage system, and digital land administration. Our task is not to copy these models, but to adapt them intelligently to Lagos realities, empowering Nigerian developers to deliver at scale while meeting global standards. Redan remain fully committed to deepening collaboration with the Lagos State government, LASFERA, federal institutions, and our international partners to ensure that private capital aligns with public purpose and that development delivers dignity, security, and prosperity for our people. Cities thrive when regulation is transparent, processes are predictable, and trust is built through continuous engagement. At Redan, we are already taking bold steps to further complement government efforts through necessary reforms, strategic advocacy, capacity building, and unwavering commitment to our association focus, encapsulated in actives, advocacy, transparency, innovation, professionalism, and sustainability. Encouraging sustainable building practices and environmentally friendly solutions to ensure long-term viability and resilience in the sector. I would like to commend once again Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority under the capable leadership and for creating a platform that moves beyond dialogue to execution. Over the next 2 days, I encourage all participants to focus on solutions that are practical, scalable, and immediately actionable. Let us measure success not by the number of panels held, but by the partnerships formed, investment mobilized, and the projects unlocked as a result of this conference. Lagos does not need more ideas. Lagos needs action and delivery. Together, let us not only imagine the future of Lagos, let us finance it, design it, and build it together. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for listening. God bless you all.
Let's give it up for His Royal Highness. Thank you very much for that address. Very excited to have you with us, and thank you for being with us. The next goodwill message will come from Echo Atlantic. Let's put our hands together for Pierre Eddy, the Director of Sales and Marketing at Echo Atlantic City, representing Echo Atlantic City and South Energy Development. Let's put our hands together for him, please, as he makes his way to the stage.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is with great honor and deep appreciation that we extend our goodwill to the Lagos State Government and to the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, LASRERA. As they join us as strategic alliance partner, not only for the 6th Lagos Real Estate Market Conference and Exhibition, but as long-term collaborator in shaping the future of real estate investment and sustainable urban development in Lagos State. This partnership represents far more than a moment. It signifies a shared commitment to global standard, visionary governance, and the creation of development opportunity that will positively impact generations to come. Echo Atlantic City stands as a symbol of resilience, innovation, and a bold reimagining of Africa's urban future. To have Lagos State and LASRERA as lifelong strategic partners strengthen this mandate and reinforces the city's role as a catalyst for international investment and economic transformation. We are particularly proud to host the esteemed delegation of over 30 global leaders, including the Honorable
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierre Eddy, Director of Sales and Marketing at Echo Atlantic City. Next up for our next goodwill message, let's put our hands together for Mr. Saleh Tabaka, who is one of our representatives from Dubai. He is the founder of Andalusia Group, UAE, and is also from the Spanish delegation. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Saleh Tabaka.
Okay, good morning, Lagos. I actually don't have a written message because I've decided to have this speech last moment. And I don't think I need to have any written words when I am standing here among my new family in Lagos. This is actually my second time coming to Lagos, and I didn't feel anything but home. Unlike what most people told me to feel anything but home. Unlike what most people told me the first visit in Lagos 6 months ago, they were like, what are you gonna do there? It's not safe. We don't advise you going there. But since the first moment I landed in Lagos in June, I felt there. But since the first moment I landed in Lagos in June, I felt completely differently. And I felt that I became part of this city. How can I not, when every day, every minute, I'm making new friends in this city, which really made me feel home, 100%. So I'm here coming with full of love from Dubai, trying to spread the message from Lagos back to Dubai and everybody to understand the reality of Lagos. Today we sit in a room that represents the true Lagos, which is over 60% of young people. I can see a lot of young people in this room that make me feel very old, actually. But this is the passion and this is the true power and the true investment of Lagos. So you are the future of Lagos. We are here in this conference coming from Dubai and from all over the world to show our support, hoping to be part of your success, hoping to be part of shaping the future of Lagos. So thank you for considering me one of you. I promise you I'm one of your loyal ambassadors all over the world to really deliver the true message from you all over the world. I'll be honored to be on the panel today. I also have presentations. I'm willing to discuss the ideas. I was amazed last time when I had my first speech in June, amount of debates I had from people, amount of interaction. Even after the presentation, I had great people who added me on Instagram, on social media, where I still talk to them till today. This shows how advanced as a city, how powerful you are, and I really congratulate you. And I want to take a video, and I will post this video on my social media from you to Dubai. So this is Lagos, everybody. So thank you, everybody.
Adora Umeoji, can we please have the representative of Zenith Bank come forward to deliver the goodwill message? Please put your hands together for Zenith Bank in our best interest.
Investment, innovation, and affordable housing is timely. Affordable housing is timely and critical. Sustainable real estate development requires strong collaboration between government, the private sector, and strong financial institutions like Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank remains committed to supporting infrastructure financing, real estate and housing development, and private-public sector partnerships that drive growth and job creation. We recognize the urgent need to address the problem of the housing deficit in Lagos through innovative and affordable financing solutions. We encourage continued collaborations among all stakeholders to turn ideas into impactful outcomes. At Zenith Bank, we look forward to continued partnerships with Lagos State. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the day. With Lagos State, thank you and enjoy the rest of the day. Good morning again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zenith Bank.
So next up, we will take a goodwill message from one of our delegates from Kenya, represented by His Excellency Karissa Nazai Menzia. Let's put our hands.
I commend and salute the work that is being
Menzia. Let's put our hands.
I commend and salute the work that is being done by the Lagos State Real Estate Development Authority and the Ministry of Power and Energy Resources.
And we'd also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Emmanuel Jeffrey, who is joining us all the way from Ghana, the Real Estate Agency of Ghana, representing the minister. So welcome, Mr. Emmanuel Jeffrey.
You know if you wise for Lagos, you know if you wise for anywhere. Few keys. Fatu. Oh, Eko ile, Eko akeke, Naija ni ile. Alaye lo asheshe. Oh, tori Eko lele, wọ́n ní Eko la o, akọni Eko lele, ase Eko la o, oko Eko lele, wọ́n ní Eko la o, ani information Eko lele, no Eko la o, ọmọ boys, from formation, they enter the club, and to give them a paradise. Eko lele, wọ́n ní Eko la o, akọni Eko lele, ase Eko la o, oko Eko lele, wọ́n ní Eko la o, ani information Eko lele, no Eko la o. Sẹ́ẹ̀kì máa kó parí kàtà. Pati ẹ lọ́lẹ̀ orí máa mú ẹni o. Eko lele, Eko la wa o. Eko lele, ase Eko la wa o. Eko lele, wọ́n ní Eko la wa o. Eko lele, no Eko la o.
Everybody dies today, and the sun stays away. Take heart in a new tomorrow. Living more love between makes for a brighter day. Never need worry that one love sets you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love keep us together.
So Judy, what can people expect for the rest of the afternoon, for the rest of the day?
We're expecting Mr. Governor. Once he arrives, there'll be the national anthem. And immediately after that, we'll take a welcome address by the star girl of today, the essay to the Governor on Housing. Right after that, her colleague, the Commissioner for Housing, will deliver a welcome address as well. And then we will take our keynote from somebody who knows quite a bit about housing and law and finance. He's been on the cabinet a number of times, Dr. Moise Banire, SAN. He will speak, and after that, we will take it a notch higher to the buzzword, the most talked about buzzword in the world today, which is AI.
Yes.
And I dare say we have the oldest Nigerian AI experts in the room.
Is
yes,
that so?
I think I can say that confidently. He's inching close to 70 years old.
Okay, who's that?
And he went back to school to study artificial intelligence for 1 whole year.
Wow.
You know who that is?
Why don't you tell us?
His name is, he's a shiny boy as well. His name is Sonny. He's the son of Iroche. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Sonny Iroche. So we'll be talking about real estate in the age of artificial intelligence. And then we will listen to the essay to the governor on public-private partnership, Bukola Odo. And then right after that, these chairs will get busy. We will begin to listen to our panelists one after the other. So ladies and gentlemen, Just
Your seats so we can continue with the rest of the event. So before we get started with the rest of the agenda, I would love to invite Mr. Emmanuel Jeffrey, who is from the Real Estate Agency of Ghana, who is representing the Honorable Minister, to give his brief address. So let's put our hands together, please, for Mr. Emmanuel Jeffrey, all the way from Ghana, representing the Real Estate Agency of Ghana, representing the Minister. Welcome, sir.
So good morning, everybody. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Honorable Minister for Housing in Nigeria, all chiefs present, please permit me to stand on all standing protocols. It is with immense pride and deep sense of national purpose that I address the 6th Lagos Real Estate Market Conference and Exhibition today, focusing on the theme Shaping the Future of Lagos Megacity, Infrastructure Investment, Innovation, and Affordable Housing. We are very excited to be part of this program. As we gather to explore opportunities and challenges in the real estate sector, I would like to highlight Ghana's housing sector and the vast opportunities it presents for investments and partnership. Ghana's economy has experienced steady growth, driven by a stable political environment, a growing middle class, and an increasing demand for modern infrastructure. The housing sector is a key area of focus with an estimated deficit of 2 million units, rapid urbanization of 50% of Ghanaians now living in cities that has put pressure on existing housing stock, especially in Accra and other major cities. The government has made significant strides in promoting affordable housing through initiatives like district housing schemes and the Affordable Housing Project, which aims to deliver 200,000 affordable homes in the coming years. Public-private partnerships are being pursued to develop large-scale housing projects, improve infrastructure, and provide financial solutions to support home ownership. Equally important is the government's resolve to strengthen regulation and integrity within the real estate sector. The enactment of the Real Estate Agency Act 2020, Act 1047, and the operationalization of the Real Estate Council marks a significant milestone in Ghana's regulatory framework. REAC has been mandated to license brokers, agents, and firms, enforce professional standards, promote transparency, and protect consumers, including diaspora investors who seek safe and credible investment opportunities, especially our brothers from Nigeria. These reforms are particularly timely as Ghana prepares for the 2026 Financial Action Task Force mutual evaluation. The real estate sector has identified globally as a vulnerable gateway for illicit financial flows, and Ghana has taken decisive steps to address this risk. Through collaboration with RIAC and financial intelligence, Ghana is strengthening the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing controls within the sector. This includes the establishment of a national database of licensed practitioners, mandatory transaction, reporting standardized sales and purchase agreements, and continuous monitoring and inspection of real estate activities. These measures are not aimed at meeting international compliance standards, but more importantly, at restoring integrity, professionalism, and public confidence in Ghana's real estate market by promoting transparency and accountability. Ghana is positioning itself as a secure and attractive destination for both local and international investors. Against this backdrop, Ghana's real estate presents exciting opportunities across several areas, including affordable housing, development supported by government incentives, infrastructure development such as roads and utilities, innovative construction technologies, sustainable building practices, and mortgage and housing financial solutions. We firmly believe that partnership with local and international stakeholders like the people of Nigeria can accelerate growth, drive innovation, and deliver shared value while contributing immensely to national development goals. In conclusion, Ghana's housing sector is ripe for investment and ready to partner people of Nigeria and all across the world. On this note, I humbly invite investors, developers, and stakeholders to explore opportunities in Ghana's real estate market growth. And we all say that from my minister, he says that greetings from Ghana, and we wish this a successful conference. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together one more time. Thank you very much for that address all the way from Ghana and from the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. So next up, we have another address.
Yeah. How many of us love artificial intelligence? Any takers in the room? How many of us use ChatGPT?
Me.
How many of us use DeepSeek? How many of us use Gemini AI? Okay, except the deputy governor. I know he uses it everything. He's a serious tech bro. Am I correct? All right. There's a very techie deputy governor. All right. So history has it that one young man at over 60 years old, he went to school to study not law, not an MBA, not medicine, not a master's. He went to study AI for 1 whole year. And he's back in Nigeria, and he's a star boy.
Star boy indeed.
He's in love with the buzzword called AI. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a deep dive into artificial intelligence as it relates to real estate. I'm sure that many of us, real estate developers, this day we show some of our work in 3D, right? Where we want to pitch to our investors, early investors, late investors, and what have you. So Sonny Iroche is taking it a notch higher. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Sonny Iroche. He's the CEO of Generative AI Learning Concepts Limited, and he's a non-executive director at Hares Insurance. This is a tab. Oga, what do you call that one? A super tab. Please put your hands together for him.
Welcome, sir.
Please put your hands together for him. Thank you.
If they don't clap for me, I'll get AI to make a resounding sound for me. Yes. Your Excellency, my own brother, the representatives of the Oba of Lagos, Mojuba Mokinyu. All other protocols hereby observed. The Deputy Governor and I come a long way from my days in the power sector, and recently we spoke together at the Faith Foundation, put together by Fola Adiola. I did not know that the Deputy Governor has delved into artificial intelligence. Welcome, sir. You see, AI has been described as a disruptive technology that will change whatever we know. It has challenged humanity. Before I came up to speak, a friend tapped me and said, "Are you sure you are real Sonny Roche or artificial intelligence?" Because first and foremost, I started off at Oxford University as a senior academic fellow in very early 2022. Then by November 2022, OpenAI came out with ChatGPT, and everybody there in Europe, America, China are discussing AI. AI is the new crude oil and gold. AI will define the way we live, the future of work. AI will take jobs. Yes, it will. But I tell you what, AI will not take your job, but those that have learned to use AI will take your job. Then I quote from an American logician called Alvin Toffler, who says the illiterate of the 21st century are not those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn and relearn. I'm glad that at close to 70, as Jide decided to disclose my age in public because he's a family friend, I went back to school to relearn and unlearn. So how does AI relate to housing? We know that Saudi Arabia has budgeted $300 billion to build Neon City, a straight line where everything our boss will soon arrive, the executive governor of Lagos State, and as soon as he comes, we shall pause, we'll take him, and we'll continue. But before he comes, 300 billion committed to build a city that is all AI driven. Therefore, Lagos State, Lagos Eko, is a very old city. We know it started off as a small fishing village, but we can still improve on it in sanitation, traffic management, climate control, monitoring security. Because in AI, you have what you call facial recognition, you have drones that can monitor where the bad guys are. AI has its own biases because it's developed outside of Africa. In the world, we have 11,800 data centers. AI is nothing but data. The human brain, my first degree is in zoology, has 86 billion neurons that makes you intelligent. And one of the most intelligent people in the world was Albert Einstein. His IQ was 160. But you can train AI to get up to 500 IQ. That is what will get us to what we call artificial super intelligence. If the world gets to artificial super intelligence, what will happen to man? Because never in history of the universe or humanity will something be more intelligent than you and you subjugate that thing that's more intelligent than you. We have the highest intelligence for now, so we can cage lions and elephants and put them in cages. What if artificial intelligence, through robotics, humanoids, get to artificial super intelligence? Are they going to put us into zoos? We don't know. We get to a point where by the world would have increased productivity. Right now, the GDP of Nigeria hovers between 400 billion, But once AI comes with efficiency, productivity, the world GDP will be astronomical. Everything will be working perfectly. Then you might not need work. It gets to what we call in the AI world universal basic income. They say, what's the salary of the deputy governor? They say it's $5 million a year. Because of the efficiency of Lagos State, it will balloon to about $1 billion. Kusento Mashishemo, Amalogba Golf will be traveling around the world. Everybody, whatever you earn, there'll be a multiplicity of it. Therefore, right now, Africa is responsible for less than 1% of artificial intelligence in the world. The US is leading, followed closely by China. Therefore, in Oxford, I said to myself, a university that has budgeted $2.3 billion for drug discovery. Coming to drug discovery, there's what we call in Yoruba, Abiku. In Igbo, we call it Obanje. It's sickle cell anemia. And now there is a cure for sickle cell anemia, discovered in Oxford, not bone marrow transplant, but drugs on NHS. That in the 70s, Wole Soyinka wrote a poem on Abiku. John Pepper Clark wrote a poem on Abiku. Wole Soyinka says, in vain your bangles cast. Charm circles at my feet. I am Abiku, calling for the first and repeated time. Must I wait for goats and cowries? For palm oil and the sprinkle with ash. Yams do not sprout in amulets to earth Abiku's limbs. All we were doing, scientifically proven, it is sickle cell anemia. Oyibo put money, put research into it. Now, we have an app that can discover 50 forms of cancer. And the probability of you getting cancer in 10 years will be predicted today. In AI, we call it predictive analytics. There's one called Sibyl. It will predict probability of getting lung cancer in 10 years. There's another one that predicts for women that are prone to prostate cancer, women that have ovarian cancer and breast cancer, 10 years, then treatment starts. Once cancer is caught before 10 years, it becomes nothing. So coming to real estate, there are cities that are AI charged cities. You have Dubai, you have Singapore, you have, I tell you something. You go to Seoul, Korea, you go to China, all these damn fools that are destroying our roads, the vehicular movement. China is now having roads in the sky, in the air, flying cars. They are all robotics, they are all AI controlled. And on the 29th of October, NVIDIA, that manufactures chips for AI, became a $5 trillion company. $5 trillion. The first and highest company in the world, NVIDIA, makes chips. The 10 most capitalized companies in the world, apart from Saudi Aramco, are all AI companies. NVIDIA, 5 trillion. The entire African continent, 54 nations. Our GDP, gross domestic product, is 3.3 trillion. You think about it. So, on the 20th, I have to hold.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to welcome Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of Lagos State. Mr. Governor, you're welcome to the 6th edition of the Lagos Real Estate Marketplace Conference and Exhibition. This has been made possible under your able leadership and guidance, and in line with the Themes Plus agenda. We acknowledge the revolutionary work that you're doing in the economy of Lagos State, in the environment of Lagos State, in the education sector, in the administration of justice, and because of this event, in real estate.
Welcome, Mr. Governor, to the 6th Lagos Real Estate Marketplace Conference and Exhibition. We are lucky and honored to have you in our midst.
The theme, shaping the future of Lagos mega city, infrastructure, investments, innovation, and affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Governor. At this time, he's acknowledging everyone, exchanging pleasantries with our guests and friends and the White Cap chiefs representing His Majesty the Oba of Lagos and his former colleagues in cabinet, Dr. M.A. Banire and Prince Adesegun Oniru. You're welcome. Freshly minted, oven-baked, brand new Tiaroba Dr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. Ladies and gentlemen, we will remain standing for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And as a mark of respect for our dear country, once the national anthem gets underway, please will stop all forms of movement except the cameramen. Ushers, please stop everyone from moving and coming in at this time. National anthem, first stanza only. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's be seated. Thank you very much. Mr. Sonny Roche will now continue. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos, you're welcome, sir. The last time the governor saw me, I was a banker. I'm sure he'll be surprised that this old man has gone to get a postgraduate degree in artificial intelligence. So, Your Excellency, I've been called to discuss the adoption of artificial intelligence in urbanization and continued growth and rejuvenation of Lagos State. So, the first slide, please. Now, we are here for Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Company. So the question we'll ask, who are we? We are Lacera, right? What do we want? AI, Abi? AI to do what? We don't know. When do you want AI? Now. So it's important because I'm also a member of UNESCO AI Readiness Assessment Methodology. Before a city like Lagos adopts AI, there must be what we call AI readiness. You must be ready for AI, and therefore we developed what we call the 4C framework in Oxford University. The first C is the constituents, the second C is capacity, and the third C is culture, and the fourth C is compliance. Before you go into AI, you must understand the good and the bad of AI. AI has polarity. It has polarity for good, it has polarity for evil. For good, I was talking about drug discovery, cancers, and sickle cell anemia, and so forth. AI has precision, it increases efficiency, productivity, agriculture. You can use a little land to have more productivity. It also has evil, particularly going into election in 2027. AI can be used for malicious things. Juxtaposition of the heads of politicians on pornography, misinformation, deep fake. Therefore, it's important that the stakeholders of Lagos State are here today. You must be AI ready. You must understand AI because it is a disruptive phenomenon that we should emphasize for good. The aeroplane was made to reduce distance from Lagos to London. When my parents went to UK in the 50s, it took them 3 weeks to sail to Liverpool. Today, if they delay your flight for 1 hour going to London, you'll be complaining. But guess what? Aeroplane was also used to bomb the World Trade Center. So let us, I am more interested in the positive side of artificial intelligence. Your Excellency, before you came, I was talking about the 10 most capitalized companies in the world are all AI companies, save for Saudi Aramco. NVIDIA on the 29th of October hit $5 trillion US market cap, followed by Google, Microsoft, and the rest of them. And tell you what, Your Excellency, the 54 nations of Africa, 54 of us put together, our GDP is 3.3 trillion. It is very sad. Therefore, my company, Gen AI Learning Concept, is a leading AI company in Nigeria and Africa. In my class in Oxford, I was one of the first Africans to get a postgraduate degree in AI. And at my age, what am I looking for? I have 3 sons. They're all old. I'm 68. In the next 2 years, I'm 70. But you stay in Oyibo land, you must learn something and bring home. And I insist, and my company's name, Gen AI, our mantra, our motto is AI or die. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, death is not physical. We had BlackBerry. Where is BlackBerry today? They failed to innovate, so they died. In the UK, there's a huge company called Blockbuster, where people go to gamble, and Kodak itself. When cell phones were coming, the cell phone I have here has a camera, so it don't need Kodak again. And in 1969, when President Kennedy made his inaugural speech in 61, he said, by the end of this decade, we shall put man on the moon. And what was the power of Apollo 10 that went to the moon? In computer measurement, it was 150 flops. But today, the iPhone 17 has about 1 trillion flops. So you can land man the moon with this little machine you have in your pocket. Then Neuralink, a company owned by Elon Musk, came up with what you call brain-computer interface. Elon Musk says he's not challenging God, but he says, I want to live in perpetuity. I want to remove my consciousness, my brain, my consciousness, what makes me human, and put it on a chip. I'll live forever, but my body might die. But Elon Musk's thinking is there in the chip. Are there any medical doctors here? I did zoology for my first degree prior to wanting to study medicine. But the law of military dragged me, so I went into Nigerian Defense Academy. So I dropped medicine. But one of the scary things in medicine is your first year when you have to see cadavers. To cut off cadavers, they have been put in formaldehyde, they smell, and they are frightening. And the US Medical Society today created what you call digital twins, replicates human being. The digital twin is better than the corpse because the digital twin, the brain will be working, the livers are working, the bloodstream is there. Then all you need to do is to look at the digital twin that has a replica, exact human being. And again, doctors can operate from Rome, operating someone in San Francisco through telemedicine. In my village. My village is Lagos State, Your Excellency. Although I'm Iroche from Abia State. My father came to Lagos in 1943. My mother is Saru, and my mother's only sister married the son of Herbert Macaulay. So, Eko Nibaje. I told them about the Neon City in Saudi Arabia, where they budgeted 300 billion to build an IoT city, Internet of Things. It will run entirely on AI. Jobs will be lost. Repetitive jobs will be lost, no doubt about it. But what you have to do is not to be afraid of job loss, but just, Excellency knew me as a banker, me a bank more. Now I'm doing AI. I get paid very well to speak on AI, but I'm not charging Lacera or Your Excellency. I am doing it as a civic responsibility of an old man. So, sir, our urban decay has been there for long. We have to use AI for predictive sanitation clearing, for transportation, for security. And our traffic lights will be well programmed, and you have centers where they monitor all these things. It is very, very important that we integrate AI in our development. We cannot run away from it. And the gap between the global north and the global south, if we don't do anything about it, we are going to be doomed. Our children will not forgive us. I was saying that there are 11,800 data centers. Data and tech is the new crude oil and gold. They can be rushing for crude oil. It's dirty business. But when I tell you that NVIDIA, for making chips, is the most capitalized company in the world, and they're heading for $10 trillion. Isn't it surprising that Donald Trump surrounds himself with all AI people? Jason Howard, Elon Musk, and the rest of them. So let us use Lagos. On Sunday, I spoke to the old boys of Government College Ughelli. They want to build an AI technology hub here. Your Excellency, sir, please, we must make Lagos the AI capital of Africa. I met the representative of the president of Kenya. He's his advisor. He came here. I don't know if he's still here. I think he's still here. Kenya is trying to struggle. But please, Nigeria remains the giant of Africa. And Lagos is the heartbeat of Nigeria. So please, we must invest in LASU. We must teach them AI. In University of Lagos, we must teach them AI. In the technological schools in Lagos, we teach them AI. I hereby volunteer myself. At my stage, if I have not made money, it is not now that I will make money. At 70, some of us, that's what the Bible guarantees us. 2 years and a half. But I thank God that I'm able to be what I call the AI evangelists. If you are paralyzed, God forbid, once I was in a hospital in South Africa, I couldn't speak because they had done something to my throat, and I couldn't write. But thoughts were going through my mind because my son was about to get married at that time. So I was thinking about the wedding plan, but I couldn't communicate to anybody. But with Elon Musk's discovery of what we call brain-computer interface, chips are put in your brain, and your thoughts are thrown on the monitor so they can see what you're doing. Can I have the slides, please? Very quickly, I have to round up. Lagos is no longer merely a Nigerian city, it's a continental, I've said that. Next, please. What is an AI-powered smart city? It's there, it's clearly there. I'll share the slides with the leadership of Lacera. Then still we're talking about AI for blockchain. We are looking at all the kind of estates you do and the kind of minimum requirement that estates will have to develop. And importantly also, Your Excellency, AI would make your tax collection so easy as ABC. And government cannot run without taxation. Next slide, please. So, AI is not perfect. You must have human in the loop. There must be human oversight. So that's what this diagram explains. Human plus AI will give you the best results. Next. Call to action. Lagos stands at a defining moment. The choice is between managing growth reactively or shaping the future intelligently. With leadership for Lacera, Lagos becomes a smart, inclusive, resilient, global, competitive megacity. Next slide, please. Lagos is a critical turning point where sustainable growth depends on smart infrastructure, technological-driven innovation, inclusiveness, supported by strong policy and investment. By aligning intelligence, capital, and collaborating, the city can achieve long-term resilience and global competitiveness. The future of Lagos will not be built by size alone, but by intelligence, innovation, and inclusive growth. Next slide, please. If there are question and answer, the moderator will handle that. This is our QR code. You can take photograph and get in touch with us for continuous talk on AI. AI is not what you can talk in 1 hour. It is a continuum. Your Excellency, sir, ladies and gentlemen, I give you thanks. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Shall we please appreciate Dr. Richard very well? Thank you very much. We appreciate you. There, Governor of Lagos State, a governor that if there is anything you call real estate centric, is one. He has built 24 housing estates in 6 years. He has provided homes for over 12,000 new homes, Lagosians, in the last 6 years. And he continues, is always creating conversation around housing estates, building new homes, and making sure Lagosians are well housed. Please put your hands together for me, Dr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, our dear Governor of Lagos State. We also respectfully welcome again the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Please let's have it for Mr. Deputy Governor. We welcome most sincerely a distinguished senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, senator representing Lagos West, Senator Wasiu, Lagos Central, Senator Wasiu Eshiloku. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, sir. We also have here a member of the House of Representatives representing Lagos Island 2, Honorable Prince Kayode Moshood Akiolu. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Members of the Lagos State Executive Council, I will start from my Secretary to the State Government, Barrister Abimbola Salunde, our dear Head of Service, the Chief of Staff to Mr. Governor, and of course, most importantly, the Honorable Commissioner for Housing in Lagos State, Honorable Maruf Akindele Fatai, and that's Amazon, the woman who put all this together, Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakari, the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Housing. I'd also like to recognize most sincerely former members of the State Executive Council that are here, Dr. Moise Banere, Prince Adeshegun Oniru. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for all of them. And of course, our highly revered Oba of Lagos, His Royal Majesty Oba Riliwanu Akiolu, ably represented by Chief Lateef Aderibigbe Ajose, the Okpelua of Lagos. Eba Mishe Kabiyesi. Thank you very much, and all the white cap chiefs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also say a big welcome to all members of the body of permanent secretary, our real estate partners and stakeholders from across the world, the founder Andalusia Group, United Arab Emirates, the president of Redan, and all our stakeholders that are here. We ably respect your presence, and we believe we are going to have a very good start. Let me invite the MCs to come and continue the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for setting that protocol for us so eloquently. We really appreciate you, and allow me to stand on existing protocol. I'm very excited because we've come to the welcome address portion of the agenda. And I'd like you to please help me in warmly welcoming Barrister Barakat Odunuga Bakare, who is the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Housing, who will be giving the welcome address. Let's put our hands together for her, please, as she makes her way to the stage. Welcome, ma'am.
The Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Housing, Mr. Infrastructure, Mr. Real Estate, Dr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, I'll please rest on the well-established protocol. It is a profound honor to welcome all of you to the 6th Lagos Real Estate Market Conference and Exhibitions. This year's assembly is not just a conference, it is a strategic platform for global partnership centered on our most critical challenge, which is sustainable housing solutions for our rapidly growing megacity. Your presence here, representing diverse nations and expertise, underscores the universal nature of urban development challenges. We are particularly excited to host a delegation from the UAE, Spain, Canada, the USA, and our sister African countries, signaling a readiness for deep government-to-government engagement and investment in our infrastructure. Lagos State Real Estate Marketplace has served as an intellectual theater of ideas of practitioners in Nigeria and real estate investors across the world with eye on Lagos. The last conference, held on the 10th and 11th of December 2024, ignited conversations on germane issues in the real estate industry. The Lagos State government has responded with initiatives in terms of regulatory interventions and policy shifts in line with some of the solutions preferred at the last conference. Some of the achievements so far include the new tenancy bill, currently being reviewed by the Lagos State House of Assembly. This bill aims to balance the rights of landlords and tenants, streamlining the role of practitioners, and provide clearer guidelines for real estate transactions in Lagos. The government has increased access to practitioners' inquiries, protecting vulnerable stakeholders and promoting transparency. For public awareness, we're collaborating with professional bodies by raising awareness about engaging licensed practitioners and seeking regulatory inputs throughout real estate projects. For stakeholders' engagement, we've had regular stakeholders meeting that has broadened awareness on regulatory compliance, benefiting both tenants and landlords. These efforts demonstrate Lagos State commitment to ease of doing business and flexibility to creating a more transparent, regulated real estate market in Lagos. Our theme for 2025, Shaping the Future of Lagos Megacity, Infrastructure, Investment, Innovation, and Affordable Housing, capture the bold direction in which Lagos State is headed. Lagos is a megacity in rapid evolution. Our population is expanding, our infrastructure demanding, and the expectations of the residents for livable, secure, and modern housing solutions continue to grow. The conference is therefore designed to align global expertise, regional opportunities, and local realities to build the Lagos of the future. One of the key highlights of this year's event is our deepened international collaborations. Our partnership with the UAE and the Real Estate Forum will support knowledge exchange, joint investment, and introduction of global best practices into the real estate value chain. Over the next 2 days, we have structured this marketplace conference to move beyond discussions to concrete and well-established collaborations. Our focus is driven by the unique experience you bring to this place. From Dubai, your experience in creating iconic, sustainable vertical city and delivering the Burj story is what Lagos wants. We look forward to exploring a true partnership that can adapt your global standards to our pressing needs for affordable and resilient housing. From Saudi Arabia, your state's Ambition Vision 2030 mega project brings invaluable insight into mobilizing massive institutional capital and executing rapid, large-scale project housing. From Ghana and Canada, Taiwan, and the USA, your insights on PropTech, efficient construction, land digitalization, innovation, financing models are vital to transforming our sector from informal to institutional. In addition, we're excited to spotlight our collaboration with Isimi Lagos, a project that represents a new age of eco-friendly, tech-driven, and sustainability-focused real estate development in Nigeria. This partnership aligns with Lasfera's vision to promote development that balance economic growth, environmental responsibility, and cutting-edge technology for the benefits of the present and also the future generations to come. This year, we have over 2,000 participants from all over Lagos and the world inclusive, whose participation confirmed that Lagos is not just only the economic heartbeat and nerve center of Nigeria, but a globally recognized frontier for real estate innovations and investment. Lagos State is committed to creating the most transparent and investor-friendly real estate ecosystem in Africa. The courtesy visit to His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu yesterday, and the collaborative dinner that we had are designed to fast-track these partnerships by connecting you directly with our policymakers and leading technocrats. Let us therefore use this conference to forge agreements that will deliver real homes, not just ideas. Let us build a future of Lagos that is greener, smarter, and more inclusive. Once again, welcome to Lagos, Nigeria. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Baraka Dunuga Bakare, Special Advisor to the Governor. The next address is an opening address by the Commissioner for Housing, Lagos State. It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Honorable Maruf Akinderu Fatai. Please put your hands together for him.
Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol as established by the MC. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the 6th edition of Lagos Real Estate Market Conference and Exhibition. Today, we gather not just as a local industry, but as a global forum with a shared vision for urban excellence. To our distinguished international delegates who have joined from bustling innovation hubs of Dubai and the USA, from the ambitious India project of Saudi Arabia, the dynamic markets of Ghana and Uganda, the technological prowess of Taiwan, the sustainable cities of Canada, and from every corner represented here, a special and heartfelt welcome to Lagos, Nigeria's center of excellence. Your presence here is a powerful testament to the global spotlight now on Lagos and its transformative potential. You bring a world of experience, and we are eager to learn, collaborate, and build bridges with you. Lagos stands at the forefront of Nigerian urban transformation with a landmass of just over 3,300 square kilometers and a population exceeding 20 million. Lagos carries one of the highest urban density on the African continent. Yet, rather than be overwhelmed by these realities, we have chosen to respond with vision, structure, and deliberate actions. This year's theme, Shaping the Future of Lagos Megacity, Infrastructure Investment, Innovation, and Affordable Housing, is a deliberate and strategic call to action. It perfectly captures the essentials of building a megacity that is not only large, but also livable, resilient, and prosperous for all. Infrastructure investment remains the backbone of our urban growth under the visionary leadership of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, and our Teams Plus agenda. Lagos has expanded its urban footprint significantly over the past few years, driven by targeted investment in transportation corridors, housing estates, utilities, and economic infrastructure. These investments are guided not by chance, but by long-term planning instruments, such as Lagos State Development Plan, which is now extended to 2052, and which outlines hundreds of strategic initiatives and capital projects designed to position Lagos as African model megacity. Equally important is innovation. A 21st century city cannot be regulated or built using outdated tools. Through digital supervision system, smarter approval processes, quality assurance framework, and involving building standards, Lagos continues and will continue to embrace innovation while ensuring safety and professionalism. In this regard, the role of Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, LASRERA, is central by ensuring that innovation in the built sector never compromises integrity, public safety, or regulatory compliance. Distinguished participants, housing sits at the very heart of this transformation. Guided by state clear vision, our collective efforts are focused on turning the goal of affordable housing into a lived reality for our citizens. It as an opportunity for investors, professionals, innovators, and regulators to jointly redefine affordable housing delivery at scale. What distinguishes Lagos is an integrated model of urban development that aligns infrastructure investment, spatial planning, regulatory oversight, and citizens' engagement into a single coordinated framework. This ensures that every road built, every estate developed, and every approved granted contributes to a broader vision of functional, inclusive, and sustainable city. Ladies and gentlemen, Lagos is a city in motion. We have moved decisively from vision to implementation, from plans to performance. Every housing unit delivered, every infrastructure corridor open, every regulatory reform introduced reflect our commitment to building a city that works, not just for today, but for generations yet unborn. As we engage in discussion throughout this conference, I urge us to focus on solutions that are practical, scalable, and sustainable. Let this gathering strengthen partnerships, inspire innovations, and reinforce our shared responsibility to shape Lagos as a Lagos megacity that is resilient, inclusive, and globally competitive. On this note, I hereby welcome you all to the 6th Lagos Real Estate Market Conference and Exhibition, and I look forward to us having fruitful deliberations. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fatai. Let's put our hands together for him one more time. Thank you very much for that address. And now it is my distinct honor to welcome the person who will be giving us our keynote address today. Let's put our hands together, please, for Dr. Muiz Banire, SANOON. He is the former chairman of AMCON. He is the former commissioner for transport for Lagos State, former commissioner for the environment, and former commissioner for special duties. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Muiz Banire, SANOON.
Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, the Deputy Governor, Your Royal Highness is here present. I do not want to bore us with the protocol again. Just allow me to just say all other courtesy duly extended, but not without recognizing the international delegate who have sacrificed traveling all the way down here, as well as our special uncle here, Professor Amuwo. I acknowledge your presence too. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Governor, I was meant to have done the presentation at 10:30. And here we are now, doing it at the appropriate time. The good news is that the Deputy Governor knows that Mr. Governor appreciates lawyers.
I know what the fees look like. I'm sure the needful will be done. Well, the topic I'm meant to speak to is, according to the program, the theme. But unfortunately, the letter I got says something else. So you will just pardon the organizers if I'm speaking to something else, as opposed to what is specified in the program. Mr. Governor, I meant to be speaking more or less about sustainability. That is the architect of process, according to what is given to me, the architecture of progress, building an enduring legacy through infrastructure and sustainable real estate in Lagos. Well, Mr. Governor, it is a humbly honor to stand before you again today to interrogate a subject that goes beyond bricks, concrete, steel, and glass. The architecture of progress, building an enduring legacy through infrastructure and sustainable real estate. A keynote address of this nature is not a ceremonial exercise as it is often taken. It is basically meant to be interrogated at the various sections. This is an occasion for deep reflection. It calls us to examine where we are coming from, where we stand today, and our final destination, or ultimate destination. It challenges us to ask whether the Lagos of today is that Lagos that history will applaud all of us for. It compels us to face the question that every serious society confronts at one time or the other. Are we really building a city of momentary convenience or an enduring legacy? For the true measure of progress lies not in the tallest building or the widest road, but in the quality, dignity, and sustainability of life that these structures make possible. In other words, the point that is being made is that it's not sufficient to just put structure scattered all over the whole place, but how sustainable, habitable, and comfortable, and if you like, enjoyable for the residents or occupiers of those structures. Lagos is a paradox, and yet it is a promise. It is a city of global energy with local pressures. It is at once an economic powerhouse and a humanitarian challenge. It is a city of possibilities and a city of profound responsibility. It hosts, like Mr. Deputy Governor told us at the dinner yesterday, it hosts less than 1% of Nigerian land mass, but carries more than 10% of its population and generates over 30% of economic output. The weight of this asymmetry translates into immense demand for land, infrastructure, housing, water, mobility, environmental management, and institutional governance. Such demands require not only resources, but also discipline. Not only an ambition, but foresight at the end of the day. Let us remember that no nation rises above the quality of its infrastructure. The developed world was not built on slogans, but they are all built on systems. Roads that connect us, railways that endure, waterways that integrate, housing that humanizes, and institutions that enforce. Cities such as Singapore, Dubai, London, Rotterdam, Seoul did not attain greatness by chance. They design it by progress. It's not accidental that any nation is great or any city is great. They actually design it and followed it through. They built their progress. They protected their progress. They maintained their progress. And they did so in alignment with long-term visions that transcended political tenure. In other words, everything that is done, they embark on projects that goes beyond the tenure of office of political or elected officers. It's not that they wake up one morning and say, within my tenure, I must complete this, or I must do this, or I must embark on a project that terminates at the end of my own tenure. No. They have the foresight of putting in place projects that, in fact, might last the next 2-3 decades, but they are never afraid to commence and be the architect or the initiator of such. And this is how greatness of these cities are attained. Of course, I need not remember us, the state of Apapa GRA today, for those who are used to it, the state of my own GRA, Ikeja GRA today, what it was and what it is today. Now, my view has always been that the least we can do, if we cannot even create a sustainable one, is to ensure that we preserve the one that we inherited. Lagos stands at a similar historical threshold today. From its colonial urban grid in Marina to the post-independence sprawl of Surulere, from the pioneering work of Lamata 2 decades ago. Mr. Governor will recall when I was Commissioner for Transport, when we started the story of Lamata, how much input went into it. The current expansions in rail, waterways, new town development, and Lagos coastal, Calabar coastal aspiration. Lagos has been on a journey, but the question before us today is whether this journey is linear, coherent, coordinated, and sustainable. Lekki Axis is a perfect example of the picture I'm struggling to paint. Today, I can say without fear of contradiction, no matter how many roads or highways we build along the Lekki Axis, that will solve the perennial traffic problem there. They say we are joking. The reality of the matter is that there is a need for effective and efficient intermodal system of transportation that harnesses the potential of the water transit, the waterways, as well as the rail, which is the only way that those structures there can be sustained. To build an enduring legacy, therefore, we must consider 6 things that are very critical to the progress. These are not abstract theories. They are not theories as I will unveil. They are practical foundations that determine whether a city grows chaotically or develops purposefully. 1, our transformation, that is our vision, must outlive politics. Of course, as we all know, vision is the compass of civilization. We must continue to plan far ahead, in fact, looking at the year 2050 at the BRS minimum. Of course, with an estimated future population of 30 to 45 million, the city of Lagos must embrace a metropolitan planning model that anticipates growth rather than react to it. In other words, we must anticipate what is likely to happen. The good news is that the last presenter told us about AI. With AI, I'm sure we can do near perfect anticipation of what the situation or the picture will be in the next 1, 2, 3 decades, so as to plan and not react to the challenges that stares us in the face. So, to this extent, there is a need for so many actions to be taken, one of which is that a unified master plan that is implemented with fidelity. In other words, the point I'm making here is that it's not sufficient that we are able to put in place a master plan. I recall when I was in government, and Mr. Governor will call and Deputy Governor, we had a master plan. But what is most important now is that it must be honored more in obedience than breaches. Until that is done, then it is wasteful to continue to put them in place. So there must be fidelity to the implementation and enforcement of the master plan. Any aberration must be curtailed immediately and decisively. 2, Mr. Governor, transit-oriented development that clusters housing, commerce, and public service around transport nodes. I recall also that for those of us that are used to Ikorodu Road axis, stemming from the experiment in Singapore and our experience there, it will be recalled that we have said that both sides ought to command minimum structure of 15 floors offices, while all the development that we have must be residential. This will automatically eliminate the need for most of the residents or most of the workers there to even transit by road at all. This is the kind of vision that we are looking at. 3, there must be strict protection of the right-of-way corridor for future metro line, busways, and water transport terminal. Even with our wetland, I recall how many wetlands we were able to preserve, most of which, Mr. Governor, I regret has been invaded upon today. We need to recover them. We need to preserve them. They are very critical components. Same thing applies to the various highway, setbacks, whether the canal setback or the road setback. There are still a lot of violations in this regard, and I think that we need to be decisive if we are looking at the sustainability. Thirdly, sir, spatial justice that ensures development is not concentrated only in affluent areas, while the urban poor are pushed to the margin. Well, the good news is that this is happening well. I am aware that Mr. Governor was at various times in Badagry, in Ekpe, and some other places, ensuring that the development is balanced and well spaced and distributed. Mr. Governor, thank you very much for that. Now, the visionary cities survive because they think ahead, like I said. A people who fail to plan for tomorrow will live in chaos they created today. A perfect illustration I've said, which we are all used to, is that a development and that state is coming up, rather than provide for what is likely to be the required capacity of a transformer, for example, for the future, we plan for the immediate. They will tell you, okay, you have 10 houses here now, you need 200 kVA transformer. In the next 2 months now, you have about 200 houses within the estate, and what happened? The transformers start coughing immediately. This is the kind of challenge we usually experience. 2, Mr. Governor, infrastructure that birth economic prosperity. Progress demands infrastructure, not episodic ceremonial infrastructure, but systemic, interconnected, and well-maintained infrastructure. We need to deepen our transport transformation through the expansion of the rail network to link Ikorodu, Ekpe, Badagry, and Lekki assets generally. I know and I'm aware that when I was the Commissioner for Transportation, we had fully designed the 7 routes then, out of which 2 have been implemented. But I know the constraint, that one is excusable, the constraint is funding. But at the nearest possible time, I think that it is very crucial and fundamental that those expansions must be done, and at least the 7 routes that we have designed completely be implemented. Again, I need not remind us that we have 2 already done. Again, courtesy of Mr. Governor, the red and blue line, and those are already running efficiently. The other 5, hopefully, Mr. Governor, maybe before the end of your tenure, we have the last 5 to be put in place. It's not wishful thinking, it's doable. And I know that you people can do it. Now, 2, sir, we need integration of the water transport as a mainstream mobility option. We do not have a choice. Lagos, I can, from my experience when I was in the Ministry of Transportation, minimum of 2/3 of Lagos can be accessed by water. They are so integrated that they all come with sensors. They can sense where the traffic is heavy, and on its own, robotically control the traffic. I think we have reached that stage in our state, and I'm sure that it will happen. 4, we must also have, again, stable power infrastructure to support the industries and the homes that we build. Again, the good news is that the Electricity Act now allows the state to take control of their destiny. And I'm aware that the Lagos State too is already doing something along that line. I wish you well, Mr. Governor, and the government of Lagos State. Now, 4, modern wastewater and sewage system. This is a major challenge. I do not know, I'm not current, but I know that when I was Commissioner for the Environment, only 4% coverage we had in terms of sewage network. I don't know where we are now, but it is a very critical thing that we must do and be able also to use them, convert them into wet in one way or the other, particularly the sludge from the septic tank and the sewage. Stormwater drainage that reflect hydrological reality. Again, this one, I know that we have made a massive investment in it over time and it's ongoing. The only prayer here, or the plea, is sustainability and continuous maintenance. Just a few days ago, yesterday, Mr. Governor, I think I've forgotten the gentleman staying there, I think Mr. Marcos from Canada, we were at a breakfast in a cold signature, and he pulled me out. He's looking at me already. He pulled me out and showed me through the window the canal at the bank of a co-signature. I said, you were in charge of environment before. Come and look at this. And I look at it and I said, no, don't worry. I called the management of a hotel to come and look at it. So that is the kind of thing, those basic things I think we need to fast track. 4, the broad fiber is an essential digital infrastructure. The whole world is about digitalization now. We need to put in place an effective digital infrastructure. So, in other words, all that I've said so far is that a city that is poorly connected cannot prosper. A city where infrastructure collapses under pressure cannot sustain any investment. So we need to ensure that they are coordinated. 4, Mr. Governor, we need sustainable real estate, and this is the core of this presentation. Real estate is not merely about buildings, just building all over the whole place. It is about building in a very responsible manner. Lagos as a coastal mega city has no choice but to adopt sustainability as a doctrine. We are the challenge of rising sea level at 2 meters and above, we are endangered. We all know that as a matter of fact now. We need to start designing climate change friendly structures where energy consumption is reduced substantially, where we can do effective, we make use of renewable energy and effective retrofitting of the existing structures. Now, again, Mr. Governor, to do this, I've also spoken about the fact that we need to enforce mandatory environmental impact assessment. Not even environmental, even traffic impact assessment need to be rigorously pursued. I recall again, Mr. Governor, when I was in transportation, that we said to ourselves that no commercial development must be allowed at any traffic intersection because they generate the kind of traffic that no intersection can accommodate. And that gave birth then to what we call traffic impact assessment. I think we need to enforce and sustain this. Lastly, on this point, Mr. Governor, I spoke about the fact that the ocean, as we have it around us today, the lagoon, all of them, they don't negotiate with anybody. Nature itself does not respect any administrative excuses. You can't give any excuse to nature when it comes. Sustainability is not an environmental slogan. It is an existential necessity for Lagos State. There is no sustainable city without strong institutions. We need to have strong individuals as opposed to strong individuals. We must be institutions that are able to weather the challenges of human interventions. Mr. Governor, infrastructure without institution is a house built on sand. Lagos must strengthen its institution. And in this regard, I wish I had an input into the Lastra law, and I'm sure glad the Attorney General is there. There are some aspects that I've not seen happen, sir. And I think those are the basic things that will engage our conversation. We must not, at this stage, allow again developers to continue to treat the fund of subscriber anyhow. It's not done anywhere. Such investment escrow, I'm sure the international people will delegates will tell us, are usually put in escrow accounts. You do not access those funds until there is proper certification by the relevant regulator. And those funds are protected. We need within our law, when you give a period to say, I will deliver in 18 months or 2 years, the best they will give you is an extra 3 months, except there is force majeure. This must form part of the kernel of our law and must be rigorously enforced. It's when people have confidence and trust in all these things that real estate business booms. Now, again, Mr. Governor, I have spoken about the issue which the Honorable Commissioner for, I think the Special Advisor or the Honorable Commissioner for Housing alluded to. We need to have an indivisible title. Our title as still porous, we need to tighten it. It must be indivisible. We must make land to be mobile. If land is not mobile, then you cannot accept funding. Every piece of land in Lagos needs to be titled, whether we like it or not, so as to encourage its mobility. Mr. Governor, the Building Control Agency must fasten their belt further. The regulatory or other regulators must also do the same thing. The Honorable Commissioner also alluded to the question of physical planning, approval, development permit. I'm glad that Mr. Governor just recently inaugurated the Lagos Net, which coincidentally I made the chairman of that Lagos Net body. We will do something to ensure and make you proud in that regard, that there is efficiency in that corridor. Thank you very much. We need institutions that are predictable, that are transparent, that do not compromise standards, that protect the long-term public interest, that prioritize planning over political pressure. Investors thrive where rules are clear, where citizens also will only trust where governance is consistent. The city prospers where institutions are stronger than personalities. A legacy cannot be called enduring if it excludes the majority of the people. Housing in Lagos remains a paradox. We have booming construction. Every day, building is going on all over the whole place. But deepening the affordability gap is another thing. A city that prices out its workers cannot be functional. Of course, this raises the question of affordability, which is often confused, like somebody said earlier, with affordable home. Mr. Deputy Governor and Mr. Governor knows that it's, how do I put it now? It's utopian to start thinking of affordable homes. That is not realistic because the raw materials are not affordable. That's the reality. But there are ways of intervening, which I'm sure one of it is what the government is doing by way of the mortgage bank. We can also tame it by way of the discounting the value of land for the purpose of investment, discounting the physical development fee and other intervention. Those are subsidies that can bring it affordable. But in terms of the actual, it can never be affordable. That's the reality that we face. Now, again, Mr. Governor, I've also spoken about the fact that we need to adopt large-scale public-private partnership housing model, providing conducive and enabling environment. Social housing for low-income earners, I'm aware that is ongoing. Mr. Attorney General, rental housing reform, I'm sure that is ongoing too. That is very critical too to be done in order for us to be able to do this. Now, we must have a incentive for the cooperative housing too. There must be a way in which we attract them to put a lot of investment into housing. And again, I spoke about vertical housing. Whether we like it or not, we all know realistically that we have extremely limited land space in Lagos. So we must be building vertically now, whether we must go up. It's not that we start building bungalows all over the whole place. Informal settlements must also not be viewed as irritants, but as symptoms of planning failure. The response must not be demolition without rehabilitation, or alternatively, renewal and reabsorption with dignity. Lagos is a city of water, as we all know, with lagoon, ocean, and so on. To build an enduring legacy, we must treat water as our ally, not as our enemy. And from there, I said a sustainable Lagos must be a green Lagos. I'm glad that that is equally ongoing, but I think that we need to be more aggressive, Mr. Governor. July 14, I remember, is already in our law as the tree planting day. I don't know whether the data is there. I remember before I departed the Ministry of Housing, we used to have over 2 million trees, but most of them are falling off. We need to aggressively plant more while sustaining that one. We need to be a forest city, whether we like it or not. Our Lagos must be a Lagos where environment breathes, not suffocates. More greens and continual provision of greens in layout and development. All layout and development now must incorporate at least 30% green before approval. This is the way to go. Now, we spoke about the issue of funding. Of course, the scale of Lagos infrastructure need far exceeds traditional budgetary allocation. The state government will never be able to fund all the infrastructure that is required. It's impossible. So we must start looking at green bond, looking at infrastructure bond like the Lagos State has done already, public-private partnerships. I know there is an office in Lagos State for that also that is promoting that. The Climate Resilience Fund, we need to aggressively tap into that. Concession framework, that I know is ongoing too. So cities that succeed financially are those that recognize that infrastructure is not an expenditure. It is an investment that yields economic and social return. Lastly, Mr. Governor, one of our greatest national tragedies is that we are very good at building infrastructure, but fail to maintain them. Roads collapses because maintenance was not institutionalized. I recall, and I don't know the practice now, Mr. Deputy Governor and Governor, the good news is that this is a continuous government from 1999, so all the story all of us know, that we were building road that goes with maintenance packages, so that nobody needs to bother, and I think this is still very critical for our sustainability. Public buildings decay because maintenance budgets are treated as optional. Lagos needs to break this tackle. Lagos maintenance must become a policy, a culture, a budget line, and a discipline. A legacy that is not maintained certainly will end up being a relic. I remember I used to say something to Mr. Deputy Governor that not in Lagos alone, in virtually all public buildings across the nation, you hardly can use their public toilets there. You hardly, because water will never run. Water will never, it's that bad that let me ignore and pretend not to know my constituency. I think we need to intervene. That needs to be intervened. Now, land governance. The complexity of land administration in Lagos remains a bottleneck. To build an enduring legacy, land governance needs to be transformed. And I've said a lot of things in my paper of what needs to be done or improved upon, let me put it that way, because I know Lagos has gone substantially in the digitalization of the land processes, but I've specified some other things that we need to do. Now, again, I went to the issue that the architecture, which is nearing my conclusion, that the architecture of projects that I'm meant to speak to is not the work of government alone. And that is why all of us are here today, particularly the investors, the various international aggregators. It involves investors who embrace long-term value over short-term profit. 2, professionals who maintain ethical standards. 3, communities that protect public assets. Media that promotes accountability rather than sensationalism. Citizens who respect the environment and public infrastructure. Legacy is a symphony. Every stakeholder is an instrument. If one plays off the key, the music will suffer. So what do we do? All of us here gathered today must therefore imagine a Lagos of the future. A Lagos where the blue and the red rail line extends seamlessly across the metropolis to the, at least like I said, to the initial 7 designed ones. A Lagos where informal settlement are transformed into dignified communities. A Lagos where developers build responsibly and nature is respected. A Lagos where drainage does not collapse because the laws are not obeyed. A Lagos where housing is not a privilege but a right. A Lagos where innovation meets tradition. A Lagos whose infrastructure outlives successive administration. A Lagos where the legacy of this generation becomes the inheritance of the next generation. This is the architect of progress. A Lagos built with purpose, guided by vision, sustained by institutions, and protected by its own people. Our children must not inherit a city that gasps for breath. They must inherit a Lagos that stands tall as African model of resilience, sustainability, innovation, and inclusiveness. This is the responsibility of our time, Mr. Governor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the legacy we must build. This is the Lagos that history will applaud. Thank you very much. May Lagos continue to rise wisely, sustainably, and honorably. God bless all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moise Banire, SAN, OON, 3-time commissioner, and former chairman of the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving right to our first plenary session, and we're going to be discussing how we'll be shaping the future of cities, regulation, real estate technology, and fiscal transformation. We'll be taking global insights from North America, Asia, France, Ghana, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and of course, Lagos. All right, before we invite the moderator and panelists, I'd like to recognize the chairman of the Lagos State House of Assembly Committee on Housing, Honorable Adebisi Ege. You're welcome, sir. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you very much for being with us, sir.
All right, our panelists. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Olurogba Ori-Malade, MNI. Mr. Olurogba, please come forward now.
And the panelists for this amazing first panel session, yes, you can keep the claps going. Let's keep them encouraged. Mr. Saleh Tabak, founder and CEO of Andalusia Group Dubai. Let's keep our hands clapped for our panelists. Lady Victoria J from Ghana. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Honorable Emmanuel Jeffrey, the CEO of the Real Estate Agency Council Ghana. Mr. Pierre Ede, Director of Marketing and Development, Echo Atlantic City. And last,
Mr.
but
Olu
certainly not
Amosu,
least,
who's lead project and senior planner at Bentel Canada. Please put your hands together for each of them. Dr. Carlos Souza, Global Urban Development Strategist and Investment Coordinator.
Connector. All right, that seems to be our panel, and let's move it over to our moderator to take this brief conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leila. Mr. Governor, Honorable Commissioners, traditional rulers, I would like to stand on the existing protocols, but also to appreciate our selection to be in this panel, the first panel. I'm about to start. Okay, no problem. We'll be very brief. My panelists, we don't have so much time, so I will try my best to make it as brief as possible. A lot of you have come from all over the world. I know I have 15 to 20 minutes, but it will be very unfair if I don't do this. First of all, I want to give acknowledgement to Lacera. Okay, Mr. Governor, thank you. Now, I've heard delegation North America are here, Saudi Arabia, Ghana, but a delegation from Indonesia, 3 in number, just came in. Why am I highlighting it? Indonesia, for those that have traveled there, know that you spend up to 24 hours to get here. They got to Abuja and they arrived, I think, late yesterday. There are 3 of them in the crowd. Please, can you stand for recognition? Leila, I'm doing a bit of your job. Can you stand for revolution? Raise your hands. So it's a world-class attendance we have here. All right, let me start by saying this. January 1st, 2026, Saudi Arabia is introducing a new law. Some of us have heard it. Foreigners now can buy property, commercial, residential in Saudi Arabia. First, the next few weeks. Dubai, we have somebody that is quite experienced here. There is now Southern Dubai. Some months ago, Matum is building the biggest airport in Southern Dubai. Very deliberate. It's shifting some developments there. All of a sudden, a lot of people here are already buying property in Southern Dubai. Some years ago, title was leasehold. Now, UAE is freehold. Egypt, they've moved their state capital. They've actually created a new administrative capital. Why? Because their initial capital was populated. Some people could say as populated as Lagos. I'm not trying to insinuate we should create another state. Why is this important to set the ground? We are meant to talk on regulation, real estate technology, and fiscal transformation. These are the 3 dots. Worldwide, if you don't connect the 3 dots, you won't get foreign direct investment. Straightforward. That's why this panel is very relevant. We have big players in the room from all over the world, and I think they've been introduced. So let me start with Mr. Saleh Tabak. You are an investor in Dubai, big-time investor, real estate developer. And I know it's the 3rd time or 2nd time in Nigeria?
Second time, but not
Second
the last
time,
for sure.
Fantastic. All right. Now, Dubai is known for regulatory clarity and speed. What specific regulatory frameworks would you say has most improved investor confidence in real estate? And what lessons do you think Lagos State can learn? You've heard the distinguished Muniz Marire, SCN, highlight on certain things. So I think you have a good idea of the issues here. So you have the floor.
But definitely today is an example of that you are on the right track. And definitely yesterday we were in the We are humbled to be hosted by the governor himself. And this shows that when the government is involved in supporting the private sector, that you are on the right track. So the first, answering a question, the first thing is the government sector to work closely with the private sector, which is already happening. So that we are already on the right track. At the moment you decide to put Lagos in the international map, the game changes a lot because you become in competition. You've mentioned something very interesting where you say the competition between UAE and Saudi Arabia. It's true. We are actually in competition to lead the real estate market globally. So if Lagos intention and plan and the government is going toward the international market, then the game changes because you are going to attract foreign investors. And foreign investor first, they need clarity and they understand the vision of the government, which is here already. Secondly, they will need to get trust. They have to have the regulations to protect their investment overseas, and that's very important. The dynamics and the opportunities. Lagos, you have the opportunities. You are one of the fastest growing markets in Africa. You have actually one, as per Knight Frank report, which was issued in May, you have one of the highest rental yields today, which can reach up to 10%. Such numbers for me as investors are great. But I would like to know, how can I invest? What regulations can protect me to come to this market, understand it well, get proper data, proper numbers from the government that are certified, and to be able to do our own due diligence, which is a challenge at this moment in Lagos to get credible numbers to understand the market, so we build our visibility on it. Secondly, create regulations. The gentleman before, he said amazing things about the trustee accounts or escrow accounts, creating those mediation between the investor, the developer and the government, where the government plays a regulatory role in regulating this fund and making sure that it's secured and invested in the right place. So having the right regulations, opening up to panels like this, and of course having benchmarking case studies. We'd love to welcome you to Dubai and show you. I'm sure there are a lot of delegations have visited Dubai, but we'd like to go more in depth, and I personally would like to actually host whoever is interested to come and check the regulations, understand how things work and how we created those regulations. So you're on the right track. You just need the regulations. The opportunity is there. The will, the plan is clear. We need just to create the regulations that protect the foreign investment. That's for me the most important thing.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Key thing I hear from you is data.
Yeah, data, very important. I want to do my due diligence, so I need to make sure I have access, clear access and credible access to information, so I create my data. Let's be clear, like when I'm funding, it's not always I'm funding myself. Sometimes we represent big funding in groups. So it's not just me to like the project. I have to sell this data to someone else. I have to have a very clear visibility study that is sellable. So we can go and grow and definitely have credible information.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Next question to Honorable Emmanuel Jeffrey. All right. I think you are the CEO of the Real Estate Agency Council. Am I right, sir? All right. So, question is this: why is regulation of real estate brokerage and agency critical to market credibility? And what happens if this layer is ignored? I'm throwing this question to you because the body that is organizing this event is LASERA. And one of the key, if not the key roles that be mandated of is to regulate agents and property players in the market. So what's your take on this and your Ghanaian experience?
Well, thank you very much for your question. Hello? So thank you very much for your question, right? So I'll tell you about what we've done in Ghana. And in Ghana, we have a real estate agency council, which I'm the acting CEO. So what we've done is, it was established in the year 2020, Act 1047. And the reason why they established the regulatory body was we noticed that people were just doing anything in that space. And clearly, people were being duped, a lot of illicit behavior in terms of money laundering and all that. And Ghana being a very emerging market, we noticed that a lot of people want to do business in Ghana. And we had red flags of anti-money laundering as well in Ghana. So we're forced to establish the Real Estate Council. Now this council is one, to protect investors, to ensure there's a very strong code of ethics, and also to ensure that people are not behaving with using bad behaviors, taking people's monies and ensuring that we can't find them. So what we are doing as a regulator is to make sure that, first of all, we're building a data line to ensure that all the people in that space are registered with us, so that if people have issues with people, they can come to us and we can track them. Now we're building stronger code of conduct in that space as well. And we're also making sure that people are reporting their sales and purchase agreements with us. So clearly you can see that there are stronger regulations that we are building back home to ensure that people from Nigeria and all across the world, when they come over to Ghana, they are protected. So the essence of this, and that's why I'm here, as we've learned a lot of best practices from India and across the world, whereby if people are even selling on floor plans in terms of like before they build for you, we want to come up with a concept whereby you put the money in an escrow account whereby you can't even spend the money until every time that you're putting up the structure, you get us to inspect to ensure that there's value for money. So with your question, it shows that with a stronger regulatory body like what we're doing in Ghana, we're making sure that everybody here who wants to come to invest in Ghana is, one, protected, to also know that the regulatory body backed by the government is stronger. So it shows that we're not joking back home in Ghana. We want to make sure that that space is stronger and you can come home to do business there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next question, I think I will direct this to Mr. Frank Oti, NAR Global Ambassador to Africa. For those that don't know, NAR has a membership. It's the biggest real estate professional organization in the world. They have membership of not less than 1.2 million, and they are over 100 years old. I think I should stress it. Mr. Oti, I'm stressing that so that, oh, okay, I thought you were seated already. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Oti, are you good? Yeah. Okay. So, in your view, what distinguishes real estate regulation in mature markets like North America from emerging markets, and what are the non-negotiables?
So, regulation is supposed to give you clarity on what the expectations are. You come into a real estate market like Lagos, you should understand what the rules of engagement are. You shouldn't be guessing as to what you're getting, how you're getting it, what the exit strategies will be, and of course, the standard rules of engagement, operations. Like in California, for instance, we have what we call escrow companies. These escrow companies, like somebody said, they hold funds in trust for both the buyers and the sellers, so that that money is not mishandled. Real estate agents are totally controlled by the Department of Real Estate. If you ever mess with trust fund, then you lose your license and you can even go to jail. So there are standards for doing things, and regulations must be clear-cut, and everybody must understand it. That's what the difference between mature markets and emerging markets is.
Oh, thank you. Thank you about that. Next question is Dr. Carlos Sosa. Carlos?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Across global cities, what regulatory mistakes most often limit urban growth and real estate investments?
Oh, that's a good question. Before I go into details, I'd like to explain what my concept of real estate is. Most people look at the real estate and realtors as the agents for selling and buying houses. My notion and my view of real estate is like an economy. We are selling, for instance, condominiums in a downtown tower, and we are selling, let's say, 400 units. That means that we are selling 400 ovens, 400 kitchens, 400 bedrooms, 400 units or 600 units of furniture. All that together means that it is an economy. So therefore, developing urbanization and developing real estate, such as what is happening here in Lagos, the Eco Atlantic City, we are looking into the next 10 years, and you'll see a great development that will develop into a LED, the local economic development. So I try to explain my notion of real estate as an economy. We are equal to banking, we are equal to other aspects of the economy. Regulations are essential, and I have to congratulate FIABC, Nigeria, NAR, representatives for Africa, for their essential work into providing education, into providing the need for good practices, the need for trustworthy relationships. And in order to do that, we have to follow some rules, and the regulations are important. Therefore, the authority that is regulating real estate and the environment and the good development and shaping the city to become a mega city is essential, and it is crucial. I would like to say thank you for the authority to organize this event, and also for their goal in establishing a universal regulation that will attract investors to come to Lagos tomorrow, next month, next year.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question is to Mr. Pierre Eddie. I call him Mr. Eco Atlantic. Eddie, should I really ask you a question? I once asked someone that, why does Coca-Cola still advertise? That's what I should ask you. Why should Eco Atlantic be advertising? Anyway, that's just an aside. Eco Atlantic operates, obviously, under a unique regulatory framework. How important was regulatory certainty to attracting global investors?
Thank you, Ron. First, I would like to go backwards to say that Eco Atlantic initial intent was to protect Victoria Island and part of Lekki of erosion. And this is an important message we would like to, with the cooperation and the support of Lagos State, we're able to make of it now a framework and a template that everybody, whether in West Africa, the Caribbean, Singapore, or South America, are coming to learn what we did, not only in Eco Atlantic, but in the Lekki shore, also up to Alpha Beach, to protect the city from erosion. So I'd like to open this small parenthesis. The second, Yes, people now would like to call us the Dubai of Africa, the Manhattan of Africa. We're the Eco-Atlantic city of Lagos and Nigeria. What do I mean by this? We created, okay, it's the biggest private development in the world. We created an urban life and development where you can live, work, and entertain and play with 35 kilometers of walkways on water, with a very friendly pedestrian city, and with appetite for investors to come because we have these regulations. We have 5 booklets of regulation for developer, for contractor, for engineers to come and learn how to do things. Just on fire, and I think the delegates were yesterday, we have about 20 pages on fire protection. It's not only how to protect people to evacuate, it's also to protect the fire brigade, how to reach people, and the fire trucks, how to reach the tower. And you know, you always hear about fire, whether in Dubai, in Hong Kong, in London, in Spain. We have fire, and we want in the fire and the structure as a resilience. And this is what gives confidence to investors to come. When they come to us and they see the books of regulation with the support that Lagos State is giving in speeding up the approvals, they have the trust of seeing, wow, this is being done here. This is becoming a template. We want to learn how you do it so that we reproduce it, not only on the continent, but worldwide. And this is what we try to do in Eco-Atlantic City.
All right, thank you. I think it deserves a round of applause. All right, we're going to be speeding up now. Lady Victoria Ajay, I hope I pronounced that well. Ajay? Oh, Ajay. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
The name is Victoria Osei Sampa.
Osei Sampa?
Yes.
Okay. Apologies. You are the head of the delegation, the Ghanaian delegation. Am I right about that? At least.
I'm part of the delegation.
Okay, part of the delegation. Okay, all right. So I'm going to throw this question. It's on technology. What role can digital land registries, permitting systems play in reducing bottlenecks in housing delivery? Now, I'm throwing this question to you because my assumption, pardon me, is that Ghana has actually either reached that level or trying to apply some level of technology in these areas. So can you talk on that, please?
Thank you very much. So again, my name is Lady Vicky Sampa, and I am the founder and CEO of the Ghana Real Estate Professionals Association. We are in partnership with the Association of Estate Agents in Nigeria, and also we are a bilateral partner of the National Association of Realtors, FIAPC as well. And I want to acknowledge their presence here, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm a fan of technology in real estate because I have lived in the US for 25, 27 years now, and I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. I have picked a lot of knowledge and experience from the United States. And as a child of Africa, I have decided to bring my knowledge and experience back home. And so working with the government, supporting them past the Real Estate Agency Act 1047, there are very important things that as a government and as an economy we need in order to regulate the industry. One of them is technology, aside education, licensing, and also collaboration. These are the things that the association is taking very seriously, working with the government. Technology is very important, and I think we had a very good AI session this morning. We're all learning to go fast because the world is growing faster. Ghana has taken steps in getting the land registry. Since about 10 years ago, we've had the labs, lab 1, lab 2, lab 3. I think we are in the lab 4, working with the World Bank and also getting our land registered and making sure that there's transparency and trust in the country. Personally, I am also, with my association, we're setting up a multiple listing service, which is one of the most important tools that every country and every economy needs to collect data, clean the data, and use that data for informed decisions. And so I will urge our brothers and sisters from other countries in Africa to also take that example. As we're taking lead from the National Association of Realtors, we are developing our MLS, which is going to integrate other institutions in the economy. We're integrating the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Lands Department with their records they have, and other institutions, the Bank of Ghana and other banking institutions, to integrate this data so that when we have investors coming in, they will be able to tell where they are putting their money, how far their money is going to get them a return on investment. These tools are very important if we're looking for investors to come into our countries. And so technology is key, and technology is going to reduce the bottlenecks that we have in Africa. So for instance, the Lands Department, if we are able to register our lands, then we have clean data and we have a trusted system. People know that when they come in and they buy a property, that property is not going to be sold to 3 or 4 different people. And so they are confident in buying property in our countries.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now, see what we'll do. Something I don't like when I'm a moderator on a panel. I don't like when lovely people like Leila, she's already coming already. Don't worry, I know where you're coming. I saw it. So, one last round of questions, but Mr. Olu Amosu, appreciate you. I know you flew in from Canada. Appreciate the fact that even though it's only one question I'm asking you, there are lots of questions after the panel. So, from you, and this question goes across board to everyone, please, let's make it very brief. And I think the governor, Mr. Governor, would like to hear the response to this question. I took my time. I said, what's the last line I should throw to panelists? So, if Lagos could fix one thing, in the next 3 years, regulation maybe, real estate technology, fiscal transformation, or whatever, what should it be? Starting with you, Mr. Amosu, please. Then we'll just close.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From my own perspective, no matter what we're doing, planning is essential. Planning is very, very important. So no matter what we engage in, either real estate, infrastructure, commercial project, planning and execution is something that the government needs to focus on 100%. No overlap, set your milestone, follow it up, and keep the contractors accountable.
Thank you. Fantastic. Peter.
My observation is with regards to your question.
Okay.
The hypothesis of your question is in the next 3 years. I believe that's too long. If we look at the youth in our communities, not only here in Lagos, but also in Canada, youth is very demanding right now. They are advancing in technology, and yes, the question should be, what will be in 1 year or in 6 months? So my suggestion, because you only ask for one factor, I would refer to the environment. I am concerned, and I may share this, that it is essential that in the next 3 months, the fields, the outdoor fields that are now used for garbage should be eliminated as fast as possible.
Fantastic. Mr. Francoti, please.
For me, I think that the Lagos State government should take advantage of diaspora dollar. Diaspora dollar. Therefore, physical transformation for me is key for the next 3 years, which will also include increasing their tax base across board, not increasing the tax rate. Thank you.
Interesting. Okay. Honorable Emmanuel Jeffrey.
Hello. So thank you very much for the question again. So I did my first degree in BSc planning in Ghana. So clearly I feel that planning is first of all very essential. So it helps you to project the future about the needs of the people. Because I don't think you just have to develop without finding out what the needs of the people are. So clearly, if you look at Lagos, which is very emerging, housing transformation is very important. And obviously, I mean, you need to create jobs for the people to be happy. So, I mean, I could see a lot of work that the governor and the deputy governor have done in Lagos, and I can see beautiful people in Lagos. I feel that you have to listen to the people first to make sure that clearly, I mean, the youth employment is key, housing transformation, those are basic things that transform a nation. And I feel that those are clearly what I think that Nigeria should really falls. I mean, and it ends up moving into more of infrastructure transformation, which adds on with technology, what is clear.
Thank you.
That's my
Thank
view.
you. All right, Lady Vicky Sampa, 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Mine is on collaboration. Let's work in synergy, be it Lagos, be it Ghana, be it Accra or Abuja. I think the Africa Free Trade Area business has to apply to real estate as well. Let us work in synergy so that we can do business amongst ourselves. Let's compare our legislation and see how best we can fit in the good ones and be partners amongst each other. Collaboration is key.
Collaboration, thank you. Mrs. Salah?
Okay, well, the answer is very simple, money. Let's talk about facts. Lagos at the moment has below 500,000 units entering the market. We've done some research, we found out that 95% of those units has been purchased in cash. Less than 5% has been through banking. While Lagos at this moment requires more than 3 million units to be added to the market. So the solution is simple, adding more funding and creating new funding platforms such as crowdfunding or opening to the retail business. That could be the solution of us accelerating the process and be able to compensate the gap in the market and of course growing the market to different levels.
Oh, got a big clap there. All right, Pierre, take it easy. Take it easy.
No,
Pierre, cool down.
I just want to say that
all right, Pierre Eddy, close.
Lagos State should continue its vision of encouraging private-public partnership, encouraging free zone that not only will attract diaspora and FDIs, but will create jobs and make of Lagos the new destination of business in West Africa and beyond. And this is what we have encouraged and done in Eco-Atlantic, and it's working very, very well. We are even doing the infrastructure in Eco-Atlantic. You just plug and play with infra. This is because of the support of Lagos State, and this is how they can encourage and get more investment, because it will be private investment added to the public investment, will have the projects, all of them, a success. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, distinguished panelists, for sharing your truly global insights. Over to you, Leila.
Thank you very much. Let's put out, if I could please ask the panelists to kindly stay on stage.
We respectfully invite the
a group
governor
picture.
to come up stage for a group photograph with them, and then the special advisor, and then the deputy governor and the commissioner for housing. I kindly request all four of you, respectfully, to please join this panelist for a group photograph, accompanied by the Chairman House Committee on Housing, Lagos State House of Assembly Committee on Housing. I'd also like to invite Dr. Moise Banire, SAN, OON, to join them, and Mr. Sonny Hiroche. So Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, the Honorable Commissioner for Housing, the SA to the Governor on Housing, Dr. Moise Banire. The rest of us, please remain seated. Thank you very much.
I think that was quite an interesting panel session.
It's an excellent one.
Very difficult to moderate a panel session with 8 people.
Indeed, it was.
Definitely learned a thing or two. Yes, why don't we have some people
Please, let's break
on
it.
the front? We can have 2 rows.
Mr. Governor,
2 or
stand in
3
front.
rows.
That's okay. Mr. Deputy Governor, stand in front.
Yes, please. Let's keep it to 2 rows. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Honorable Commissioner Housing, SA Housing, Chairman House Committee on Housing. Please put your hands together for our panelists one more time. Thank you. You may kindly all return to your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll be inviting the governor to speak in a few minutes. But first, I'd like to invite the Chairman, House Committee on Housing, Honorable Adebisi Ege, for his remarks, right after which we'll invite Mr. Governor, Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, for his remarks. Please put your hands together for Honorable Ege.
Welcome, sir. Thank you for being with us.
Mr. Governor, sir, Mr. Infrastructure, Mr. Housing, the Deputy Governor, I sincerely wish to align with the well-established protocol. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the Hallowed Chamber of the Lagos State House of Assembly, under the leadership of Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. It is my honor to welcome you all to this important conference and exhibition. I stand before you as the Chairman House Committee on Housing, and I am filled with both enthusiasm and strong sense of responsibility for the path ahead as we collaborate to enhance the cornerstone of ensuring stable real estate development in Lagos State. We gather here today to discuss a pressing issue that affects all of us, the future of Lagos, African megacity. As lawmakers, we have responsibility to ensure great city remains a beacon of hope, opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. Lagos is a city of contracts. It is a hub of economic activity, innovation, and cultural richness, yet it struggles with infrastructural deficit, housing shortage, and urban poverty. With a population projected to reach 30 million by 2030, we must act boldly to address these challenges. Our vision is clear: a Lagos where infrastructure enables economic growth, investment, empowerment citizens, innovations, solve urban challenges, and affordable housing is right, not a privilege. And to achieve this, smart infrastructural development, leverage technology to create efficient, sustainable, and resilient infrastructure, inclusive investment, attract investment that benefit Lagos citizens, not corporations. Foster innovation, ecosystem that drive solutions for urban challenges. Deliver quality, affordable homes for all through public-private partnership and innovation model. We urge policymakers, investors, and citizens to collaborate, priorities, people over profit, and deliver results, not just promises. Let us shape the future of Lagos, a megacity that includes sustainable and priorities for all. Together, we can build a better future for Lagos. Let us work together to make Lagos a model for urban development in Africa. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni. Thank you so much and Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ege. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all please take our seats? All of those of us standing behind and loitering. We're about to invite the #1 servant in Lagos State, our Chief Security Officer, Chief Executive, Chief Architect, Chief Project Manager. And as you all would know, that when the governor rises, we all remain seated respectfully. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite the governor. What?
Rise. You rise.
Yeah, we stand, but there are too many people making noise. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite Mr. Governor, Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, shall please rise.
Kindly
Thank you very
rise
much.
And welcome, Mr. Governor. It's a distinct honor to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you very much. It's been a very patient and very interactive audience today. Please, you deserve a big round of applause for yourself. Thank you very much for turning out in large number. And let's give a big Lagos applause for all of our international participants. Let them hear it in Indonesia, in Canada, in Riyadh, in Dubai. Continue, please. Let's just give them a big round of applause so that they can come. Akwaba, just next door, Ghana. Let the clap just overwhelm them. We have friends from Kenya, from Uganda. Let's just also give them a big Lagos applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will not show them fully how we make it in Lagos, so that because it's an international conference, we will not show them the whole full color at the conference like this yet. But in the evening, we will show them some of the other flavors of Lagos. Is not so? Exactly. Right. Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, thank you very much. We also want to acknowledge our distinguished senator from the Lagos Central Senatorial District, Senator Wasiu Sani Senator Wasiu Eshilokunsoni, members of the Federal House of Representatives, especially Prince Kayode Akiolu, the Chairman House Committee on Housing, Honorable Adebisi Ege, members of the Lagos State Executive Council that are here, especially the hostess and very hardworking Special Advisor on Housing, Honorable Barakat Odunuga Bakare, who I'm sure she will rest after 3 days after this conference, and our colleague, the Honorable Commissioner for Housing, and their Permanent Secretary, all of you in the Ministry of Housing, thank you very much for the great work you have done. All of our friends that have traveled wild and far from various countries, from Dubai, from Saudi Arabia, from Canada, from Ghana, Uganda, Kenya. We want to thank you all very much for coming. We also want to acknowledge our keynote speaker, one of us, Dr. Muiz Banire, who by indication harassing us and harassing himself because he baked all of this while he was there himself. Our royal fathers, the representative of Oba of Lagos, thank you very much. Our uncle all the way from Canada, sorry, from America, Professor Amuo, thank you very much for coming to grace this occasion. Captains of industry that are here, all of our players in the real estate space, Mr. Orimolade, and all of you that are in that association, Rendan, thank you very, very much for keeping the space and for showing our international audience that indeed we have a very active private sector real estate market in Lagos and in Nigeria. To all of our esteemed panelists, heads of government, functionaries and agencies, distinguished gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome all of us to the 6th Real Estate Marketplace Conference and Exhibition. I would like to commend the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, LASRERA, for sustaining this important platform where ideas meet policy, where capital meets opportunity, and vision meets implementation. Today's theme, shaping the future of megacity, shaping the future of Lagos megacity, infrastructure, investment, innovation, and affordable housing, could not be more timely nor more relevant to the journey of Lagos. I'm particularly pleased to acknowledge the strong international presence at this year's conference. We deeply want to appreciate the participants of some global brands like the Eye of Riyadh from Saudi, from United Arab Emirates, from various countries in Europe, Asia, in Africa, and North America. Your presence here is not just accidental. It's a clear signal that Lagos continues to command the confidence, the trust, and the sustained interest in the national investment community. Lagos is not a city waiting to become great. Lagos, we say, is already one of the world's most dynamic urban economy. Lagos, and we've seen it here, in all conversations, is always being compared to Ghana, to Kenya, to Uganda, and the only difference is that they compare a country with a subnational. What that means is, in the deep, Lagos is already a mega, African's mega city that is comparable to anyone in the world. And so what we're doing now, thank you, is shaping how that greatness endures, how it becomes inclusive, how it can work for all of us, and how it can remain livable for generations yet unborn. Yesterday, and I think it was our friends from UAE, Canada, and all of them that I met founder Andrew Lucia, Mr. Sally, who was also on the panel, and he spoke with admiration about the changing skyline of Lagos, how he believed the second trip would not be his last trip, and now it continued to come. And he had also mentioned it here, how policies clarity is important, and how we need to have other cheerleaders over other people that need to tell the world, that need to correct the narrative from the Western media as into what is happening around here, and how they will take it upon themselves to tell the Lagos story that we have seen, we believe, and we will help you also propagate it. And now, why it's important to ensure that trust is not also lost on us. And I think these are some of the things that have also been discussed in some of the panels here this morning. And you know, these are things that you not see in any brochure, but it's only when they come around that they can make this very important observation. Because we believe that this reflects a glowing global truth. Lagos is no longer a city of potentials alone, it is a city of performance. And so thank you very much for some of the observations, from some of the comments you have said about our city. But they say skylines, impressive as they are the only visible symbols of deeply questions we must ask. How do we house a rapidly growing population with dignity? How do we ensure affordability without sacrificing quality? How do we align private capital, private investment with public purpose? And how do we build a mega city that works not just for a few, but for all of us, for as many as we can reach? And so housing is not just about buildings. Housing is about human dignity. Housing is about economic productivity. Housing is about social stability. Housing is about the kind of a city we all choose to become. And so in Lagos State, we understand that we cannot build a 21st century megacity on a 20th century planning assumptions. That's why housing sits firmly at the heart of all development agenda. It's interwoven in our Teams Plus agenda, in public transportation, in infrastructure, in energy, in climate resilience, and in economic opportunity. And you dare say that our approach is deliberate. First, we're investing in enabling infrastructure, and like the keynote speaker had said, we're investing in road. It can never be enough. We're pushing our rail infrastructure. They have challenged us to say that we should build the remaining 4 or 5, as if we're magicians. We'll continue to push it. We're pushing, on power. We just delivered some water projects a couple of days ago. And my big brother, my friend, Mr. Iroche, have also brought another dimension to it, in which he said that if we don't innovate with AI, we will die. Not literally that we'll be taken to the grave, but things will move far, beyond us. And it cannot be any truer. I cannot, be more agreeable with that fact. But I tell you something. Just yesterday, at the ceremony where we were celebrating exceptional public officers, both at the junior and the senior level, the head of service is here. There's a young level 9 officer who showed us, he did a presentation to us using AI to enhance and to improve, the procurement process in the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. And it was such an incredible presentation. A young level 9 officer challenging all his bosses that we need to innovate, we need to use AI as a model in which we can fast-track our levels of procurement, our level of approvals, Mr. Deputy Governor, you missed. The young man is in the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, and this was just yesterday. So, Mr. Aruche, you can see that whilst you have lectured us today, there are young, smart, younger people than yourselves are already thinking about AI as well. So what we will do, we'll ensure that your very old, innovative ideas comes with a younger, creative idea, and it becomes a future that we all can work together. Thank you very much for working with us. Thank you. But I think the point to be made is that as scary as AI is the future that nobody can walk away from. And it's here with us. It's here already. And we need to be able to bring out tools. We need to be able to bring out ideas where we can use it and we can use it positively. Because there will always be negative things about any innovation, about any new discovery. So all our energy should be targeted at ensuring that what is the positive aspect of it and how can we use it to solve societal problems. How can we use it to solve our day-to-day problems, to be able to respond to the needs of our people quicker, faster, and better? And so we see development not just to connect jobs, not just to connect markets or mobility. We believe that our investment in transportation, in rail, and every corridor we're pushing into is very intentional, because we believe this also speaks to our housing need. I think it was Dr. Banred that also mentioned during his own keynote address, there's a model around transportation where you are very intentional around developing developing housing solutions around transport infrastructure. And these are some of the transportation, there's a terminology that I'm trying to remember, where transport-oriented program, right? Right, where you must be intentional on how you deploy public transportation and use housing, and social engagement to enhance and to improve it. And he also mentioned that, 1/3 of Lagos, we say, is actually water. But we actually can push more than half of the population of Lagos around water. And we have started that, Dr. Banire, with our Omieko project, which was launched about a month ago. What you will see in the next 1 or 2 years is that we will be pushing a lot of, our public transportation on the waterways, using internodal public transportation, and on a sustainable basis. Mr. Eroche, we will be deploying, EVs on water. All of the ferries and the transportation infrastructure are all sustainable. These are all these are all electric ferry boats that we're bringing together so that we can reduce our carbon footprints, and also we can reduce our costs, and we also can reduce our costs, on greenhouse emission. So we also see that we're pushing on regulation. We're using regulation not to stifle the market, but to strengthen it. Through La Serera, we're promoting transparency, we're enhancing professionalism, and we're pushing for customer protection. A credible real estate market is one where buyers are protected, where investors' confidence are maintained, and where developers operate in a level playing field. And to all of our international friends, you know, that we cannot stop saying it enough, that it's only when we transparently open the market for you that you can indeed go out there and make those commitments, you know, and talk about the deepening, you know, and the opportunity that is available in our market. And we take the point that we need to also look for other investment, you know, outlets, so that we need to be very creative, you know, and to see that it shouldn't be the regular, you know, cash-backed or cash transaction where you need to do 100% of any procurement or any purchase all at once. So these are some of the recommendations, and I'm sure La Serera and all of our local, you know, real estate players needs to bring on board and needs to be able to see as the way forward, you know, that is done internationally. Thirdly, we are also embracing innovation. We're embracing it in the way we construct, in the way our financing model is, and in our land administration. And we're using it in our planning processes. You know, I hear, you know, the madam from Ghana, you know, around how you have used, you know, technology, you know, data to administer. You know, we are also doing the same. We have a robust, you know, not fully completed yet, but we're ways 80, 90%, you know, ensuring that at the click of a button, we can indeed reduce the time it takes for all of our subsequent transactions on our land, you know, ensuring that we can title every land in Lagos. We're still giving a lot of, you know, what do we call waivers, and we're giving, what's fiscal planning doing now? Amnesty, that's the word. We're giving amnesty to ensure that people can still come forward and regularize and comply, you know, with all of the things that they've not done very well. So we're doing all of this to ensure that it is a system where you can, from the comfort of your house or your offices, you know, rely on technology to be, you know, a platform that you will trust, you know, in whatever part of the world you are, and you also can transact and do it. So fiscal planning is doing a lot of amnesty. Lands is doing a lot of ensuring that titling of documents of land and landed property are seamless. And like I said, we will not stop until when we get, you know, to the finish line. And we're doing this in every area of blended finance, strong public partnership. I think our PPP office, they also are going to be speaking to us later in one of the panels. And so in Lagos, affordability for us means building homes that people can actually live in. Buildings that they can pay for, they have access to where they work and to raise family. It means leveraging PPPs, structured finance, land optimization, and demand-led planning. And it means government playing its rightful role as a strong enabler, as a regulator, and a partner, not just a provider. And so all of us must see that we're all in this together. It's the same coin, we're just on two different sides of the coin. And it's only when we come to engagement like this that each one of us can clearly roll out what our roles and responsibilities are, and we jointly go, you know, head on, ensuring that whatever red tapes we need to move away as government regulators, and whatever activations you need to do as private players, all of us needs to be able to finish it up. And I keep saying, when we come around like this, it shouldn't just be talk shop. It shouldn't just be a nice, fanciful presentation and document. It should be the final, you know, footprints that we need to take away. And I'm sure that the ministries, the Attorney General, the lands administration people, they're all here listening to, after all of the speeches have been said, to hear your little moments, to be able to take your concern and be able to listen to the suggestions that you're bringing about. Mr. Attorney General, are we together on all of this? So that, because that's the only way we can build a model and build a force that will truly reflect the plan that we have for the city. And so none is impossible without strong partnership, like I said. We're encouraging our partners who continue to support us in the real estate ambition of Lagos. I want to thank all of our investors and our partners once again that have found out time to be here, for your creating enabling environment for ourselves and yourselves. Ekwa Atlantic City 2, they've been here. Alaro City, they've been here. Redan, I've been here. FIAMC, you've been here. FIAMC, you've all been here. For all of your partnership, Integrated Mixed City, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, NITCOM, all of you, you are held here in my speech, NRMC, all of us, we all need to continue to deepen, access to affordable financing option, and begin to work on a more eco-friendly, more sustainable communities. We believe that all of these partnerships are not just peripheral, they are central to building Lagos of our future. They are central to ensuring that the city will continually be powered by innovation, by sustainability, and by shared prosperity, using Mr. Iruchi's AI model as another topping on it. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me also speak clearly to a matter of urgent importance to our investors, which is a matter of confidence. Opportunity alone are not enough. Investors also require assurances of security. They require assurances of transparency and integrity. Let me state that without any form of equivocation, that Lagos remains one of your safest, most stable, and best governed investment destinations in Africa. And I tell you, 4 years ago, on our Ease of Doing Business benchmark, which is a peer review for all subnational in the country, which is done by the presidency under the PEBEC rule. 4 or 5 years ago, we're number 29. We moved gradually to number 24. 2 months ago, we're rated number 1 in the country. And so it's been very deliberate, it's been very intentional. We do 10 times more than each of our other states. Did you hear me? We do 10 times more. And so you will have expected that it will be difficult for us to keep up, So we're doing it more, but we're doing it efficiently. And that's why at the end of the day, after 5 years of trying, we're now rated as number 1, in the country. And so what that means for us is they believe in our system, is an African success, is a sub-Saharan success because of the amount of numbers and the amount of, that we're doing currently, in Lagos. And to some of our investors, Lagos is indeed a big construction site. As we stand here, there are about 19 skyscraper development that are going on concurrently, with none of them less than 22 floors, that are going on in different parts of the city. It's all a measure of the belief in the city. It's all a measure of the capacity and the ability of the city to take all this. So like we keep saying, yesterday is late. Today is the next best day, because tomorrow might just be too late. We govern with integrity. We continue to strengthen our security architecture through technology, improve intelligence, enhance our manpower capability, and a coordinated multi-agency collaboration. Safety, stability, and the rule of law remains non-negotiable. It's one of the pillars of our Teams Plus agenda. The opportunity before us, therefore, is enormous. Lagos is Africa's largest urban economy. It is a city of builders, a city of innovators, and of risk takers. It's a city where real estate is not just an asset class, but a catalyst for jobs, for local manufacturing, for professional service, and for long-term wealth creation and wealth preservation. But opportunity must be matched with responsibility. And so as we build upwards and outwards, we also must build sustainably. As we attract capital into our city, we must protect our communities. And that's why we're always happy when we see our traditional institutions here, when they listen to us and they hear us, because they're also the preservers and they are the custodian of our culture. We work hand in hand with them. We'll ensure that what we're doing as government they are fully aware and they understand and appreciate the importance of all of that. And so as we modernize our skylines, we must preserve the social fabric of our city. And that's why, to our international investors, the Oba of Lagos have announced, and if you can find time to come again, we'll be celebrating a very big historical culture called the Eyo Masquerade on the 27th, of this month, 2025. And it will be a classical display of the very unique cultural heritage that Mr. Iruche, once again, as a Lagosian, will be proud to participate in. And so we're opening our doors and our corridor to all of you. And so this is why a conference like this matters to us. It allows us to align the vision with action. It allows us to ensure that policy with policy, policy with practice, and ambition with accountability. To all of our local partners, ain't going anywhere. We're all here together. We're joined together in HIP. Lagos believes in you. No matter what it is, no matter how difficult the terrain is, Lagos believes in you. And no international person will do it better than you local. So you cannot take a back seat right now. Think out of it and be bold to take it. And finally, to our international partners, we say Lagos is open. Lagos is ready. Lagos is serious. To our regulators and professionals, your role are indispensable. Thank you all very much for listening. It's been an honor to be part of it.
Mr. Governor, if I could kindly ask you to kindly stay on stage so that we can take some pictures with our international delegates.
Thank you very
And if I
much.
could please kindly ask the Deputy Governor as well to join him on stage. And I would like to invite our international delegates.
Only our international delegates,
Only our
please.
international delegates.
From Canada,
to
from
kindly-
Indonesia, from Ghana, from Kenya. Only our international delegates. The Honorable Commissioner for Housing.
Kindly make your way onto the stage to take this historic picture with Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor.
The Special Advisor on Housing, the Senior Special Assistant on Housing, Dr. Moise Banire.
Could we please have 2 rows
Only our
on
international
stage?
delegates,
So please kindly fill the back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the photograph. The Special Advisor on Housing, Honorable Barakat Odunuga Bakare, will now lead Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor to the exhibition stands whilst the next panel begins.
That was-
Honorable Barakat Odunuga will lead Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor to the exhibition stands from the far right, where you have Access Bank, to the very end.
Absolutely. That was quite a holistic address by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State. If everybody could please kindly take their seats so we can continue with the rest of the program. I'd like to thank the Executive Governor of Lagos State for that very comprehensive address. Lagos is indeed ready for investment. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seats. So, Jide, what can we expect next?
We're inviting Mrs. Odo to speak, as the next panel gets underway. So we're inviting all our panelists, and Mrs. Odo will set the tone for what they will be discussing. So it's my pleasure to invite the Special Advisor on Public-Private Partnership, Mrs. Bukola Odo. Is Mrs. Bukola Odo ready? You can please come forward. The panelists are
Honorable Tokumbo Wahab, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Dr. Olajide Abiodun, Special Advisor on EGIS.
Thank you, band. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we be seated? Can we all please be seated? Please be seated. The next panel is getting underway. Please be seated. Members of the State Executive Council. Members of the Executive Council, kindly take your seats. Our delegates from far and near, please take your seats. Please be seated. Mrs. Bukola Odo will set the tone for the next session. On that panel, we'll be having Mr. Babajide Aderemi Oladunjoye, who is the sector head real estate found.
All right. So we're very excited to have Mrs. Bukola Odoy, Special Advisor on Public-Private Partnership.
Dr. Olajide Abiodun, Special Advisor, EGIS.
Lanre Akinshola, MD, Brook Assets and Resources Limited. Mr. Benga Ishmael, Principal Partners at Ibrahim and Partners. Babajide Aderemi Oladunjoye, Sector Head, Real Estate Founding and Development. And last but not least, Abiola Lukman Lawal, the Chairman, CEO of Quorum Energy Group. So ladies and gentlemen, if we could please have one house and kindly
Ladies and gentlemen, the Governor of Lagos State is seated. I think it will be out of protocol for us to be standing while Mr. Governor is making time to be with us. Please, let's all sit and respect constituted authority. Mr. Governor has gracefully extended the time that he's spending with us. Please be seated. Please be seated. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you.
All right, so we have our moderator on stage with us. Again, if I could please, I have one of the speakers on stage with us.
The moderator of the panel is Lady Doja Allen, the Managing Director and CEO of City FM. She please get ready to come on stage. On the panel, we'll be having Mr. Abiola Lukman Lawal, the Chairman and CEO of Quorum Energy Group.
Babajide Aderemi Oladunjoye, Sector Head, Real Estate Founding and Development. Mr. Benga Ishmael, Principal Partners at Ibrahim and Partners. Lanre Akinshola, MD, Brook Assets and Resources Limited, CEO, Lekki Worldwide Investment, Mr. Niyi Akinlusi, and Honorable Tokumbo Wahab, Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources. Thank you so much for being with us. And over to the moderator, Lady Doja Allen, the CEO of City FM, who will moderate this panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Permit me to stand on existing protocols, but I would like to appreciate the distinguished presence of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, as well as every other distinguished guest here in the room. It is a pleasure to be part of the 6th Lagos Real Estate Marketplace Conference and to join a global conversation about the future of our city, a future that Lagos is not merely imagining but actively building. We all know Lagos has evolved into a mega city. Its energy, population growth, and economic output rival those of many countries. As Mr. Governor said earlier, Lagos is constantly compared to other countries within the sub-Saharan African region. But yet, beneath these impressive statistics lies a more fundamental question that will determine whether Lagos remains livable, inclusive, and competitive, and that question is housing. When we speak of housing, we should think of delivery and not just a statistic or policy aspiration. Today, I would like to share some reflections on how Lagos can move from a housing deficit narrative to a housing delivering reality, and what that means for the design, structure, and deployment of public-private partnerships in the real estate sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, the real problem is not demand. Let us begin with a very honest diagnosis. Lagos does not suffer from a lack of housing demand, a lack of private sector interest, or a lack of policy intent. The challenge is scale delivery. Housing has traditionally been approached as an isolated topic, often well-intentioned and sometimes successful, yet rarely transformative at the city scale. This leads to a familiar paradox. Massive demand, active developers, yet persistent deficits, affordability gaps, and informal settlements. The challenge is not simply what we build, but how we build, how we finance, how we regulate and replicate housing at scale. Now, this is where PPPs must evolve. Why have traditional PPPs struggled in the housing sector? We've seen PPPs deliver roads, bridges, ports, and power assets across Nigeria and beyond. However, in the housing sector, the outcomes have been mixed. Why? Housing is not a conventional asset. It's not a conventional infrastructure asset in the typical sense. It carries market risk, pricing sensitivity, long absorption timelines, and market equity consideration. So in many cases, PPPs in housing have tried to replicate models designed for toll roads or power plants, where revenue streams are often predictable and offtake is guaranteed. However, housing does not typically work in this way. When the government provides land and then steps aside, the private sector typically has to shoulder the bulk of the risk. When government attempts to control pricing without sharing risk, projects oftentimes will stall. When approvals, infrastructure provision, and finance are misaligned, sometimes delivery slows. So experience from emerging markets shows why this happens. PPPs can sometimes be complex to procure. Transaction costs are high, and institutional capacity is often limited. In many developing countries, the formal real estate sector lacks investors capable of assuming risk. But informal markets frequently provide the majority of housing supply. So housing PPPs must therefore be designed differently. They must account for the fact that citizens are not just end users, but co-owners. They consume the output and live in it. So unlike infrastructure, where the government buys an output and pays over time, housing PPPs require direct engagement with households and financing structures that accommodate long-term occupancy and affordability. So the lesson is not that PPPs do not work in housing. The lesson is that housing requires a different kind of PPP logic. If Lagos is to close its housing gap meaningfully, PPPs must shift in 3 meaningful ways. First, from single projects to pragmatic delivery. Housing cannot be delivered one estate at a time. The goal should be portfolio-based PPPs, frameworks that allow multiple sites, phases, and typologies to be developed under a consistent structure. An enabling environment is critical. As Mr. Governor said earlier, Lagos State has recently been lauded for its for its ability to transcend challenges and emerge as the best state in the whole of the Federation in terms of the ease of doing business. So an enabling environment, like I said, is critical. Policies must improve impediments on both the supply and the demand sides and create predictable pipelines for investors. Secondly, government must move from builder to market maker. The most successful housing PPPs globally are those in which government focuses on land assembly, titling, planning certainty, and trunk infrastructure, rather than acting as the builder. In Nigeria, the government plays a central role in setting policies, allocating land, and providing financing mechanisms. To attract private capital, the government must also lower uncertainty by streamlining land acquisition and approvals, investing in infrastructure, and aggregating demand. A vibrant financial ecosystem with diverse instruments and competitive financing rates will galvanize private sector enthusiasm. The private sector, in turn, brings capital. As we've heard earlier, capital always follows clarity, where there's clarity in policy, clarity in the rule of law, clarity in the system of bringing in capital and repatriating the proceeds of the investment. So the third is from affordability as a slogan to affordability as a structured outcome. Affordability cannot be wished into existence. It must be engineered. Private partners seek returns commensurate with their investment. So while public entities seek tangible social dividends, private partners are constantly seeking that consistent yield on their investment. So to harmonize these aspirations, PPPs must employ tenure innovation, blended finance, long-term payment structures, and risk-sharing mechanisms. I've been told I need to round up, but I'm going to try to abridge, to provide an abridged version of my paper. So what this means for Lagos State's real estate future, Lagos stands at a critical inflection point. We are no longer asking whether private capital is interested. As we can see from the interest that has been generated through this conference, private capital, both domestic and foreign, definitely interested in our real estate sector. The question now is whether our delivery frameworks are investment grade, scalable, and socially responsible. And dare I say, in Lagos, we are getting this right. Housing has become an enabler of productivity rather than a restraint. And informality will reduce organically as formal supply meets effective demand. Infrastructure investments in transport and energy will begin to yield the full value because housing and infrastructure are mutually reinforcing. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. So just to quickly set the stage for this PPP panel, I will end with a few questions because the next phase of this conversation belongs with the panel. One, how should risk be shared in housing PPPs to attract long-term capital without unduly burdening the public balance sheet? Two, what role should the government play in guaranteeing demand? In some models, the government purchases or underwrites a portion of units. In others, it aggregates demand through housing funds or employer schemes. When is an offtake guarantee essential, and when might it distort the market? Three, how do we reconcile affordability with investor returns in a volatile macroeconomic environment? And finally, and perhaps most importantly, how do we move from pilots to platforms so that success can be repeated at scale? These are not theoretical questions, they are practical urgent, and solvable if we approach PPPs not as transactions, but as true partnerships with clear incentives, shared responsibilities, and mutual accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Let's please put our hands together for her one more time. And let us make way for the panel to commence. So over to the moderator to handle this panel session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bukola, for that wonderful speech. Good afternoon, everyone. Could you please permit me to stand on existing protocol? Thank you. We are the panel that will be speaking to you on the public-private partnerships and regulation in real estate and infrastructure, specifically to highlight getting the framework right. And so our questions, as Bukola highlighted, will be taken from the speech that Bukola has just read to us. So let me introduce the panelists once more so that you have an understanding on who will be speaking to you. So I'll start with Bukola herself, who is the special advisor to the president on PPP, to the governor rather, on PPP. And next to her is Mr. Abiola Lukman Lawal. He's the chairman, founder, Digital Connect Infrastructure and Telecom Limited. And next is Mr. Gbenga Ishmael, who is the principal partner, Ishmael and Partners. And next is the Honorable Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab. Next to him is Omolade Osibo, who is the Group Head Financial Institutions, Access Bank PLC. And finally is Larry Akinshola, who is the MD, Brook Assets and Resources Limited. So Larry, I'm going to start with you this afternoon. From your experience and looking specifically at, the highlights from the speech that the special advisor on PPP has given us this afternoon, how has PPP been able to help in reducing housing deficit and making homes more affordable?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be standing today on the existing protocol. My name is Lanre. That is a very wide question, and it will be very easy for me to answer. Seeing Omolade sitting beside me, we have tried to work together to structure financing affordable homes, partnering with Lagos State. It's been very funny, almost like 3-4 years now. It's always been, what's the exit plan? And Lagos State, the landowner, has been, when are you delivering my homes? And every day we read about it, deficit of homes for people that really need it. We really have to understand that part. There are houses everywhere in Lagos, but when we talk about housing deficit, the people that really need houses, they need affordable homes. Fund is available everywhere, and that's what we and Omolade has been trying to crack, Access Bank. But she will not give us those funds to build affordable homes, but she will give us funds to build luxury homes because, interest and rate. So PPP has helped in the way of, providing land. It reduced my cost of investment. My investment, Lagos providing the land. But the itch now is, how do we cross from meeting the needs of the people to be able to afford these homes? Because mortgage is available. Federal government is coming up with a lot of plans. but it's not really working for our people, because as soon as I pay my house rent, I can't afford to maintain my mortgage any further. So it makes it difficult for an Omolade to give us fund. But thank God everybody is talking about technology these days. So what we have been looking at is to look for a more versatile way to build, to reduce the cost of construction and the time of construction. And that's what has, pushed us into technology, and it's partnering with the state, giving us land, has given us opportunity to look, now putting our energy in reducing this. And that has been helping, and we are hoping that pushing that forward will help to reduce more housing deficit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Thank you for that. I like the emphasis where you said that the people are looking for affordable homes. That's what the PPP will try to push out and focus on. So to add to what Larry has said, Omolade, I need you to address some of the key points that she touched on the financing bit, as you look at what point does the PPP framework become an investment grade. I'm talking of, is it in terms of the clarity of regulation, or the speed of approvals, or bankability of cash flows, or predictability of demand? Which of these matters most to the private sector?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Larry. It's interesting that we've spoken like 2-3 years, and we're just getting to meet each other now. That's very interesting. It just speaks to what this platform is able to achieve in terms of bringing the various stakeholders together. So again, thank you to the organizer and to Lagos State Government. So for us as private firm, Access Bank PLC, when we look at investment, we tend to look at it in terms of a debit and credit. So you look at it in terms of demand and supply. So our intervention model into providing affordable homes is to look at the supply side. Who are the people that can make these homes available? And in getting it available, how can we make it affordable? So we are looking at working with developers, construction firms, getting the people that supply the materials, because we have a couple of corporates on our books that we can also help push. So you spoke to price movement. I think it was the special advisor.
Yes,
and we can do that. We can lock it in by providing financing to just, front load those materials, so you can guide against the movement in price. You can just lock it in and say, this is the rate you're delivering these homes. You have partners, and of course, people like Lagos State to facilitate permits, provisions of land, just to walk around, and also human capacity. People that are well-versed in their areas that can provide professional guidance, along, the way you structure those buildings, that are still livable yet affordable. So in intervening, the bank will know that it's a social impact that can give rise to, later profitability. So we are not looking at the immediate terms. If I get to work with a lot of people and create mortgages, then I'll have a lot of people banking with me. So we don't mind to take that initial cut in rate, which we are doing right now, because we have a program in the bank that we are providing construction finance at 10% for developers that will build affordable homes according to standard. Then looking at the supply side, which is a bit tricky, because today, like she rightly said, yes, there are financing available from Ministry of Finance, the corporation, the MREF. Today you can access MREF at 9.75%, their offtake guarantee. But a lot of people that would want affordable homes, they are not in the formal sector. So you can't really predict their cash flow. In doing that, and we can actually streamline and look at beyond what Nigeria is used to. So what we are looking at is creating products that will suit, their cash flow, like rent to own, So you don't have to think about paying rent as the same time as, servicing your loan. So those are the things we are looking at. So our intervention model is to provide financing from construction up to offtake. So affordability, anybody can afford anything. Today you can ask me, can I just buy a house, $1 billion? Maybe and maybe not. It depends on the payment times. If you make it so much easy for it to align with, my cash flow, then everything is affordable in the long run. We need, as a bank, to provide longer tenor mortgage loans so that people, they have ease of payment and at a reduced discount, because we understand that it's homes and you can get, additional businesses from their other, banking needs. So I think
thank you.
If he answers you, thank you
yes,
very much.
Yes, it does answer. I think that what I would emphasize from what you have said, which again is very exciting, is long and short of it is the finances will be provided once the approvals have been ticked and the regulations or regulatory bodies have also been ticked. If the necessary things have been done, then the funds will be provided. Thank you very much, Omalade. To you, Honorable Commissioner, I'll just come to you. The speech by the Special Advisor tells us, or rather emphasizes, that housing and infrastructure are mutually reinforcing, okay? So from your experience, how do environmental and water infrastructure decisions directly shape whether real estate PPPs succeed or stall in Lagos? Is that clear?
Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor, let me rest on the established protocol. Now, all over the world, it's about what we call location. Location, location. For you to succeed in real estate investment, you must also be sure of your ROI, your return on investment. And that is why they'll tell you, you can invest in this area because they've given you the basic infrastructures. Why is Eco Atlantic selling in dollars? Why is Banana Island overpriced? Why is GRA Ikeja not meeting up those pricing? Or why is Ilupeju Surulere not doing the same thing? Why is Apapa GRA not commanding the same rent it used to? Or why is Ikota or Shongutedo not doing that? It's about the infrastructure tying to the environment. Water is an infrastructure. Years back, before the amalgamation of this country, Lagos had a pipe-borne water from 1909, powering the island from Iju. That's 1905, supplying pipe-borne water to the island from Iju. Now that tells you something, that the pre-colonial era has seen water, has seen the island as a place you can plan and model. And they escalated that through the years. You see Surulere well planned, Ilupeju, GRA, Apapa, and others. So it goes to the root of it, that whatever we need to do, we tie the environment, we tie the infrastructure, and then we tie the framework of law and order around it. What has been done differently in the past few years, however, is to also put them in the form of a master plan. Lagos does have a master plan. Drainage services does have a master plan. Transport does have a master plan. That's why we can tell you that the next line coming to Lagos is a green line, and that it runs from Outer Marina down to the Epe corridor. That's a basic infrastructure. And that infrastructure changes the landscape of that whole environment. You can't separate them. That's why somebody will tell you, I'm staying around Stanmore, but I have a direct line that can travel me from my house to central London. That's what we're also doing in Lagos State now. You can take your red line from Agbado in Ogun State, and you land at Oshodi or Ebute Meta. And when the second phase is done, you can land at National Theatre, and then you take your blue line to wherever you are going. That's about the environment, the infrastructure, determining how real estate booms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable Commissioner. Of course, we can't take that from you. You know what you're doing, and you're very good. The success tells us how far that has been. Now, Mr. Ishmael, I want you to build on from what the three speakers before you talked about. Now, please tell us if Lagos gets its PPP and regulatory framework right, okay? What should success look like in terms of housing delivery, informality reduction, and investor participation?
Hi. Mr. Benson, do you have the image up, please? Thank you very much. So there's an image, sorry, Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, all protocols observed. To answer that question, what if PPP is successful, what should things look like? I want to frame something first. The Honorable Commissioner said one word, Agbado. If it's successful, Agbado will become sexy. It will be an address that is with a location. Secondly, we would have a situation whereby funding would be available to everybody. That is where we are going. If we can get the right PPP model, certain burdens will be relieved. For instance, prices are high in Lagos because we cannot access certain locations. We cannot, Lekki or the island is overburdened because everybody wants to live at this address. So the challenge is really out there to make sure that we unleash these different locations. We unleash everywhere west of the state. Right now, the eastern part of the state, which is going from the mainland en route to Lekki, is overburdened. We need to start looking at other locations. And one of the things I said earlier again is that we need to look at our advantages, which are becoming the disadvantage. We are a water state with little land mass. We need to start zoning that will create more high-rises on the skyline and more waterway development, using water and rail as our connectivity. These are the areas PPP will definitely aid and assist the state. I was hoping we would have this image up, but the image, it's from The Economist, and I want to read it. The Economist posted a survey, and it says, which of the below will be the greatest 21st century city? Okay, it's up now. It's readable. Now, this is a challenge for Lagos State, Mr. Governor, because Lagos State is now on the map. It is expected, and you are in good company. Dubai is listed there. Dubai, Lagos, London, Mumbai, New York, Shanghai. If Lagos is in this list, we have to understand where we need to go. This means there's a lot of work to be done, and we have to do it world standard, best practice, the laws, regulation, and infrastructure. Lagos is now being recognized as one of those cities that will make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishmael. Thank you and thanks for the presentation to emphasize on what you spoke about. So my next question will be to Mr. Abiola Lukman Lawal. In today's macroeconomic environment, again, having listened to the speech of the special advisor and what your fellow panelists have spoken about. So tell us, how realistic is long tenure housing finance without some form of public intervention? And what form should that intervention take? Is that clear? Should I repeat the question? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So the question is, what kind of intervention can the states do to be effective long-term to make housing affordable, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's a bit interesting because from my perspective, I come at this from a private sector perspective. So I am not the public sector expert. I do believe that the housing as an asset class, first of all, we must thank what our brothers, both my two brothers, the governor and the deputy governor are doing in Lagos State. I think clearly they are people that have accomplished very well in the private sector, and they're putting the proper program in place to make sure the state works. On the macro sector, like you said, let me start from the top, right? Asiwaju has done very well to put the country in the right footing, right? FX, it's stabilized, macro matters in terms of economics on the right track. Nigeria is set for business, right, on the macro side. What we need to do is to look at where is our competitive advantage and how can we use that to create wealth for our people. I think the most important thing, not just for public sector, but for private sector as well, is we have to ensure that we have to ensure that we really get rid of poverty in our land. That's the biggest problem, because today we still have over 100 million people in poverty in Nigeria. And one of the most important ways we're going to create wealth in this country, in this state, is to access the most critical asset class, which is housing, as far as I'm concerned. So one of the things to do is to go back to what the panel said earlier today. You have to make housing not just affordable, but you have to ensure that people can be able to participate in the economy, where mortgage becomes affordable, right? But it's difficult to ask government to do everything. For me, it's really more about private sector. We talked about crowdfunding earlier today. It's about making sure the private sector feels comfortable long-term to bring capital to this market. Okay, let's use China as an example. In 1980, I don't know if everybody knows this, but let me just throw some data out there because it's important. In 1980, China economy is just about $200 billion. $200 to $300 billion. Okay, that's 40 years ago. In 40 years, they have removed over 1 billion people out of poverty, because today China is running a $20 trillion economy. And these are some of the important things that they have to do, right? About focusing on ensuring that the people not just survive on the Maslow's theory, food, shelter, and housing, but also ensure that the people can have access to affordable housing and stuff like that. So I think it's important to ensure, from a macro perspective, that we can really attract foreign investment, starting even from our local environment here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. There's a burning question that has just come to me, but I think that I would ask the special advisor to the governor to answer that. And Bukola, that is to you. Who should carry the risk in housing PPPs? Specifically, we talk about the land risk, infrastructure provision, pricing risk, absorption risk, and the effects of microeconomic volatility. Can you speak to this, please?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dodger. So I was actually preparing to make a comment on what everyone had spoken about when she signaled to me that I would have to answer this question. So indeed, I will try to do justice to this question. I think the simple answer to this is we need to first of all look at housing for what it is. In an economy like ours, which is an emerging economy, housing cannot strictly be looked at as an investment per se. From the point of view of the private sector, it is an investment. But when you look at your population and you look at the income earning capacity of the bulk of the population, you begin to see it as a social issue. And that is where the issue of affordability comes in. Because for the private sector, they are just trying to, it's business, right? So there has to be a decent return on investment for them. But for government, government is looking at it as a critical pillar in terms of its own development agenda. I have people, I need to house them, I don't have enough housing stock. Take the case of Lagos, for instance. Lagos is a little bit shy of 3,700 square kilometers in terms of land size. A third of that is water body. And we house over 10% of the nation's population here in Lagos. So that puts an unusual burden on our infrastructure, housing in particular. So we don't have enough housing stock to accommodate everybody here in Lagos, but people are constantly coming into Lagos, and you can't turn them back just by the very nature of our dispensation. So you need to keep welcoming them. But at the same time, not everybody in that, and over 65% of them are in the informal sector. So there's no way of you tracking how much they make if they pay taxes. Because, in advanced economies, taxes guarantee you good roads, housing, and all what you have, the basic social amenities. But here in Lagos, you have very few people paying taxes and quite a number of people relying on the infrastructure that is meant for less than that, same number of people. So what am I trying to say? So government now begins to think, in an active fashion. How do I scale? How do I deliver housing at scale that can house the total number of people I have in a very decent and dignified fashion, but at the same time ensuring that I still have enough resources to deliver critical infrastructure. So you begin to look at how do I partner with the private sector. So in terms of that risk that you talked about, the risk has to be split. And the beauty of it is when you talk about project financing, there's three key things you need to look at: risk identification, risk allocation, and risk mitigation. You have to identify the kind of risk, understand who is best able to, how you're best able to allocate it, and then whoever is allocated that particular risk begins to take steps to mitigate. For government, we have always taken steps in terms of our private PPP projects to de-risk the projects sufficiently that we can attract and retain public and private sector interest. In housing PPPs, I think the short answer to your question would still be the risk has to be split. Government obviously has to provide the right enabling environment for private sector capital to thrive. In this case, when we talk about affordability, it has to be patient capital. Like the lady rightly said, it cannot be the kind of capital like private equity capital where you're looking for your quick returns. It has to be capital that can inure over time and allow the risk to pan out and also the yields to come in good time.
Thank you so much, Bukola. Thank you for that analysis. It shows that you're definitely and clearly doing a fantastic job in the area of PPP. And to my distinguished panelists, one final wrap-up question. Same question to you all, so just answer it as a final wrap-up, and that is, if you could change one thing immediately: policy, regulation, financing, or delivery practice to unlock scale housing PPPs in Lagos, what would it be and why? So I'll start with you, Larry. If you could change one thing immediately, what would that thing be in the area of PPP?
It will be financing. Financing.
Financing,
yes.
Okay.
So we as a private sector that is partnering with states and with government, and because the focus is affordable, so we need to have access to affordable financing. So we will need government to really look into that and, take a step. I and Omolade were just talking about it. It's easier for me to get funds for my houses I'm building in Ikoyi. But the ones that Ikpaja, Imota, is almost impossible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to you, Omolade, what would you change immediately.
I mean,
Isa.
thank you. It would be areas of the kind of concession you get from the government. So as a private organization, if they can look at the kind of concession, not only bringing fund, physical fund, maybe in terms of cost savings into what I would have borne as a corporate organization, it would, spur me and motivate me to provide them more financing when I know that I can get savings on another side. Okay. That will be it for me. Thank
Financing
you.
as well. Thank you. And to you, Honorable Commissioner, what would you change?
Is to seek the indulgence of the federal government to grant Lagos a special status.
All right.
A lot of things happening goes beyond the states. 10% of the country's population are domiciled here. We've strengthened our last track that we should register. We've done everything we should do. But the human population is growing daily and overstretching. And most of them are informally here. You can't even account for them. So it goes beyond PPP. It goes beyond access back. It goes beyond the developer. It's about policy. It's about that status that will also enable the states assess other things to leverage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We hear that. And to you, Mr. Ishmael.
Thank you. Mine is one word. And before the word, I tell my international friends that come to Lagos. We have a lot of chaos in Lagos. When you see chaos, you can make money. But when you see order, you make a lot of money. Regulation is the only word. When we get regulation right, everything else will fall into place. So regulation, it is for me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And to you, Mr. Lawal.
Okay, one suggestion to improve PPP. From my perspective, I would suggest we go back to what worked in the past. There are some things that are working for us as Africans that we have abandoned. And with all due respect, Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor, it's what we call in our Yoruba parlance the traditional way, the cooperatives, the ajors, right? So when we think about PPP, we speak a lot of sophisticated English around it. I beg to ask us to go back to the roots in terms of ensuring that when we create structures of PPP, let's go back to the traditional areas where people can have cooperatives and have leasehold, where it's rather than dealing with one mega developer, right? You can have people that have similar interests. It could be Tailors Association, it could be Organizers Association. You know, one statistic that's very important for us to recognize, 62% of sub-Saharan Africans lives in the rural, but doesn't change. So it's not about the island. It's about going back to the roots of where we can create structures that have worked for us in the past. And the market adjust that people have done together to pool resources. We can go back to that kind of structure that allow us from a private sector pooling perspective to deal with government on that perspective and create the right enabling environment so that people can unlock the most important asset class in the world, which is housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And to you, Bukola, your question is different from the rest of them. You've heard or listened to what everyone has said. Leaving this conference or this forum today, what would then be your area of focus? What are you then going to dip your hands into to make a significant impact and change in the area of PPP? Thank you.
For me, it's to continue to toe the line of Mr. Governor, the tone that he has set, and the pace at which he goes. We continue to follow because he's a fantastic leader. You know, he understands the problems of Lagos because he lives it, he breathes it, he eats it, you know, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So when we understand his vision and we're able to key into it, obviously we can all deliver at the scale at which he wants us to deliver. But more critically also, for me, going back to PPP office, you know, after today's conference, is to understand that, you know, the issue of housing, like I mentioned, is more of a social one. And it's for us to understand how we can deliver at scale. Like I said in my paper, the issue is not whether there is, you know, housing demand. There is housing demand, but how do we deliver at scale? So we need to be able to understand the needs of our people and deliver accordingly. So going back to the office, I'm more invigorated to understand that we have a lot of private sector partners, both domestic and international, who are willing, ready, and capable to join us on this journey that we are on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, distinguished panelists. It's a wrap from us. Thank you to Mr. Governor, Deputy Governor. There's a big vision. The vision is very big on the PPP, and we trust that everything will be delivered effortlessly in the next few months. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so very much. If we could please ask our panelists to kindly stand on the first steps of the stairs, and if you could please ask the Executive Governor of Lagos State and the Deputy Governor of Lagos State to kindly join them for a picture alongside the essays and other government officials. So if we have...
I kindly request
Lagos
Professor
State-
Amuro to join them. Senator Wasiu Eshiloku Sonny, please join them.
That was truly an interesting panel session. Always great to hear from a plethora of stakeholders that make up the real estate industry here in Lagos and in Nigeria. So we will be taking the final panel session for the day. Right after we finish with this press and this family picture, we will be introducing our final panel for the day. Quite exciting. Our moderator will be Dr.
Roland Igbinoba, who's the founder of Pison Housing Company. The session is Financing Infrastructure and Affordable Housing, Blended Finance, Blended Finance and Sustainable Urban Development, Impact of NTA Act on Financing Affordable Housing PPP Concession. Honorable Barakat Odunuga Bakare will now lead Mr. Governor, the Deputy Governor, and members of the State Executive Council around to the exhibition stands. Honorable Odunuga Bakare, please. We're starting from this side, which is the right,
So
from where Access
anti-clockwise.
Bank is, and we will proceed from there. Thank you. Whilst they go on the tour, I'd like to invite the next panel, comprising Chief Executive Officer, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, Dr. Rabiu Olowo.
Mr. Nivet Thomas Fabrice, International Real Estate Financing Specialist from France. Mr. Sani Bello, who's the National Coordinator of the
MREF Real Estate Investment Fund.
And we have Mr. Ayo
Olo Okere, President, Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria and Managing Director, Imperial Homes Mortgage Bank, Mr. Ayo Olo Okere. And next is Mr. Adebayo Adefegbe, who is Director, Tax Technology Liaison, Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. Mr. Adebayo Adefegbe, please come take your seats. And Chief Executive Officer, Octo 5 Holdings, Mr. Jide Udushulu. Right after this, you'll all be coming up. The Executive Director, Corporate and Investment Banking at Access Bank, Mr. Iyabo Soji Okunsoya. Thank you, band. Please hold it, please hold it, please hold it. And we also have Mr. Kelvin Kelman, who's from Kelvin Hellman Architecture and Design in Canada. All of you will be coming up for the next panel right after Mr. Governor visits each of the exhibition stands. Last but not the least on that panel is the political advisor Office of the State House in Kenya, Honorable Karisa Nzai Menzia. Honorable Menzia, Mr. Kelvin Yabo Soji Okunsanya, Mr. Odushulu, Mr. Adifegbe, Mr. Olowokere, Mr. Sonny Bello, Mr. Fabrice, and Dr. Olawo, all on the next and final panel.
That is our final panel for the day. I can hardly believe that we are almost at the end of the agenda. I hope that everyone is enjoying the various exhibition stands.
Please, as we go around, ensure that you should not leave your bag or your personal belongings where you sat or on your seat. Please pay attention. Your bag, your phones, your personal belongings are your responsibility. Please keep an eye on them.
Jide, I have to say, I think it's quite impressive that the executive governor of Lagos State and the deputy governor are still here. I mean, I think it goes to show the commitment of the government to this event.
Indeed, both of them are men of the people.
Music, please. Music.
Present outside, the band.
ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce the third and final panel session one last time. Our moderator for this panel session is Dr. Roland Egbinoba, founder of Pison Housing Company. Our panelists are Dr. Rabiu Oloro, the Chief Executive Officer of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, Mr. Niver Thomas Fabrice, International Real Estate Financing Specialist from France, the National Coordinator of the MREF, Mr. Sani Bello. Please kindly make your way onto the stage so that we can commence the final panel session. Mr. Adebayo Adefegbe, Mr. Jide Odusolu, Iyabo Soji Okunsaya, Kelvin Hellman, Architecture and Design, and Honorable Carissa Nzai Menzia. Could all these speakers and panelists please kindly make their way to the stage so that we can commence and finish off the day strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our band. Let's call them the housing band or the real estate band. They're doing an excellent job. We're going on to the very final panel for today, comprising Dr. Rabi Oloro, Mr. Nivet Thomas Fabrice, Mr. Sani Bello, Mr. Ayolo Okere, Mr. Adebayo Adefegbe, Mr. Jide Odusholu, Mrs. Iyabo Soji Okunsanya, Mr. Kevin Kelman, and Honorable Carissa Nzai Menzia. All please take your seats and let the panel begin now. Our distinguished guests, delegates, and participants, please be seated. All right. Please be seated. Access Bank, Kenya, MREF, Canada, France. Let the session begin. Mr. Igbinoba is the moderator of the panel. It's the very final panel for today. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go straight into this panel. And our session for today is looking at financing infrastructure and how we will use blended finance, especially as it concerns the sustainable development, public-private partnerships. And then we'll also have some sort of switch to also understanding how sustainable financing is going to be done in view of the new NTA Act, which is the new tax law. And so, I mean, Nigeria has or needs over 20 trillion naira annually to close the infrastructure gap. So that's where we are at today. And so really, as a starter, I'm looking at how do we begin to structure these deficits. And when I say infrastructure, this also includes roads, housing, right? So as an opener, and I'm going to start with Bolaji Access Bank, right? I got that right, right. So how do we begin to think around structuring this gap, you know, blending this gap for financing?
Okay, thank you very much for having me on this panel. And to address the question from the panel leader, to address the issue of funding deficit, I think we have to do more in the aspect of collaborating with investment finance houses, you know, to address some of these funding deficits with respect to infrastructural development. And I mean, this is where partnership actually becomes very, very much important, because we know where this deficit actually hurts us as an economy, and partnership with these investment houses would actually help us in reducing most of these financial gaps that we see. And I mean, when there is an improvement in infrastructural development, it actually helps to even reduce costs on even housing development, basically, because when we have this infrastructure development available, basically the developers don't even necessarily have to start to burden themselves with providing this infrastructure. So for me, basically, the impact of, or the part of collaboration actually becomes very, very key in addressing some of these infrastructural deficits.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll move, just based off of what you've said, I'll move quickly to Jide in terms of, I mean, as a private developer, right? You've just heard what Bolade from Access Bank has said. So if you look at infrastructure financing and you look at the kind of partnership that exists in the market, why do I mean, let me not say a lot, but why do some of the projects, they don't happen on time, okay? There is often cost overruns. So what would you say are the risks really that is making all of this not happen? Is it legal? Is it compliance? Is it community risk? As a private developer, what's been your experience?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. To start answering that question, I'll go back to the first thing you said, that Nigeria has a 20 trillion naira infrastructure and housing deficit. Now, what you can't measure, you cannot evaluate. Let's start with Lagos State itself. Absolute minimum annual housing need is about 500,000 houses. Okay? 500,000 houses, if you assume you're doing average of 45 million naira per house, that's roughly, if my math is correct, about 22 trillion naira. Lagos State alone. Now, the total budget of Lagos State for 2026, which cost a lot of workers, was 4.2 trillion naira. It means that to meet the housing and infrastructure deficit, Lagos State needs times 4 or times 5 of its annual budget. So you've got a problem because we're trying to use the wrong mechanisms to address a big challenge. Housing everywhere else in the world is a major tracker for economic well-being. And it's a major sector that is used to actually develop the nation city-state as a whole. It fails in Nigeria because we don't work with that mindset. So if you begin to understand that private capital is not sentimental, they go where they're valued. So when you talk about development in Nigeria, you tell a private investor to bring in $1 billion. The first thing he's asking you is, what's my exit strategy? What's my average annual earning? What's my return on capital? And you can't answer these questions. So you begin to struggle with a funding mechanism mismatch. Access Bank is here. So I go to Access Bank and I say, give me money to develop. They're going to ask me, where's your offtake? Basically, they're trying to ask me, where's my money going to come from? So they then say to me, okay, who are your off-takers? They want a profile. Can the person that's going to buy that house from me afford to make the payment? Why do they care? Because their capital is their asset. They do not want to risk it. So in order to convince Access Bank to give me the money, I start trying to work around from the answer to the question. So I go to some group of people and try to upsell to them. They nickel and dime me on the rates. And then my cost of development is already at a mismatch with my revenue. And then I go to the state government, I say, oh, I'm doing a PPP, I'm going to deliver 1,000 homes. I build the first 2 blocks, and I'm stuck. Now my banker wants his money, and his capital returned, and his interest. My off-taker doesn't get a house.
Wants his house.
The state government that's supposed to be in a PP wants to come and cut tape and say a project was delivered, and everything fails. So we've got to rethink the entire model from seeing it as just a means to an end, as to seeing it as an entire ecosystem and an entire product that has to be worked out from the beginning to the end. So to answer your question, why do they fail? They fail because of a mismatch of priorities. The objective of the investor is different from the objective of the developer, it's very different from the objective of the state government.
Okay. So I'll just stop you there. From what you have also discussed, right? And also looking at what Bolade said in terms of the financing, and you have talked about the gap, right? It just means that financing is a critical component, even though you have other variables in making this happen. And this brings us to the conversation of perhaps government funding in addition to private sector funding, which then is some sort of blended finance, can help. And so this is where I want Kelvin, and Nivet to sort of, speak to the fact how your experiences in your different market has worked in terms of getting blended capital, to bring down some of the challenges that we have discussed here. So I'll let Kevin start first, and then Nivet would also share his experience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, first of all, I'd like to say it's a pleasure to be here in Nigeria. It's my first time in Africa. So I've been getting a very warm welcome. And definitely, as spoken before, one of the ambassadors globally promoting Nigeria.
Thank you.
So I operate in Canada, and as many nations around the world, we also have a deficit and a challenge. But what we've been doing in Canada, we are taking a multiple sort of approach to address many different aspects of the problem. So from government, we created a new Department of Housing, and what they are doing is they are speeding up change regulation in terms of how we build. There's been a lot of discussion, and I can see it, how we build. There's been a lot of discussion, and I can see it, about the informal economy of Lagos and Nigeria. And so how do you get these people into housing? I think one of the things we do, and our equivalent of the Honorable Governor, what he has done is he has changed provisions. So now every single residential property in Toronto or in Ontario can now have 3 units. So it makes housing affordable by someone can purchase a property, but they can also have a second unit that generates revenue for them, which helps with the mortgage payment.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Quickly, Nivet.
Payment.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Quickly, Nivet. We're running out of time. So your perspective.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very, a real pleasure to be here. And same first visit to Nigeria, so very welcoming city, welcoming country.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Happy to be the new ambassador for representing you in France.
Great.
So the question is a little bit outside of my scope, but as a private lender, I will say that what is needed to support the growth of the country and the real estate, you need reliable data, you need trust, you need confidence. I think we do finance international players globally, so Lagos is a key point that we look very seriously, and we would like to take part of the journey in Lagos. Now, we need more data, and I think there is an opportunity to finance players here, subject that we get also some kind of
increasing the base. I think what we have done, as you're all aware, is that there is no tax rate. And as Mr. Tawoyedele said, putting 100,000 naira bet on it. If you have seen any increase in tax rate, please show me. And there is 100,000 naira for you to win. What we have done concerning the new progressive tax system in place is your tax identification number is now joined with your bank verification number. All we are saying is we also want to know who you are with your NIN as well. That means, please be rest assured, Nigerians, there is no hiding place. This is also a time for you to be more responsive than ever before concerning your taxation payments.
Okay.
I'd like to now talk about specifics for individuals. Now, your mortgage payments, your mortgage interest, they are now allowable before your taxable income is charged. Also, when it comes to rent allowance, like never before, 20% of that rent, or up to 500,000 naira, whichever is higher, is allowable before you determining whatever is your taxable income. And then talking about the real estate developers, I think you've never had it so beautiful as it is now. We have what we call Real Estate Investment Trust Scheme that permits you invest your money in this real estate sector, and once you do that, 90% of your profit is not going to be taxable because you are sharing it back to the investors. It had never been so good. And then talking about VAT, before now, you're always looking for all the costs that you have incurred before you sell your property, VAT input. How do you recoup your VAT input? Your assets that you bought, you paid VAT on it. Now the law says you can make a request. There will be refund to you. Your VAT input is now being accommodated, unlike before. But most importantly, I'll say again, your documentation must be very, very intact. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's about all we're able to take. Please, a round of applause for my panelists.
Please put your hands
Thank you
together
very
for the
much.
panelists as they rise for a top photograph. I'd like to invite the Honorable Commissioner for Housing, the Special Advisor on Housing, the Chairman House Committee on Housing, Honorable Moruf Akinderu Fatai, Honorable Barakat Odunuga Bakare, and Honorable Adeshegun Ege, to please come on the stage to join them for a group photograph. All three of them with our panelists. Thank you. The Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Housing, Mr. Toriola. Mr. Toriola is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Housing. Engineer Abdulaziz Bolao Toriola. He will give the closing remarks. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You can please go back to your seats now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much to our moderator and our panelists. Thank you very much for that exhilarating final discussion.
Investment in infrastructure development and promotion of sustainable building practice. The conversation from all speakers today provide us with an opportunity to build a better future for our Lagos city and its residents. Aligned with this year's themes, shaping the future of Lagos mega city, infrastructure, investment, innovation, and affordable housing, and the various panels topics discussed today. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizer of the 6th Lagos State Real Estate Marketplace, particularly the Office of the Special Advisor, Barrister Barakat Odunuga, for bringing together key stakeholders, industry, experts, leaders to discuss the most pressing issue in our sector. This platform has indeed been provoking, facilitating knowledge sharing, and expert and innovative solutions. I also want to commend the private sector for their active participation and contribution over the year. Your investment is crucial to driving growth, innovation, and development in our industry, particularly in addressing the challenges we face and exploring opportunity for collaboration. To all attendees, on behalf of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Commissioner for Housing, Mr. Moruf Akinderu Fatai, and the entire staff of the ministry, I am indeed grateful for your engagement, insightful, and prosperity. Your presence has enriched today's discussion and will undoubtedly contribute to the development of our industry. As government, we remain committed to the sustainability of the real estate sector, and we assure you of impactful implementation of the resolution reached today, particularly in shaping the future of Lagos real estate industry. We hope to see you again tomorrow for more engaging conversation. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Now the day is over, night is drawing near, everybody shadows of the echoing still across the, oh yeah, bearing glory to the, everybody glory to the, let me hear you sing of the still. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a fantastic audience. See you nice, bright, and early tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please don't leave any of your valuables as you leave, your bag, your phones, your spouse, your children, your colleague, your car keys.
My